Yeah, it's the problem is the HDMI doesn't connect. So this is the other. Let's check my battery. Yeah, because my battery is nice. Let me. I'm closing my Teams for now. Okay. No, no. Yeah. Okay. Actually, let me bring my thingy. Let me bring my charger. But here it is. Here's the actually can hold it with one with me. Um, should I connect it now? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the laptop that was supposed to be used doesn't connect to this HDMI, so we're just going to use my laptop.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Where's chapter? Oh, okay. So this is the thing that I was given. So I'm not sure who's starting.
Today, Ganga.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So must I just leave it like this?
I'm going to direct this program in the coming 10 to 15 minutes. And I've been given the task of introducing the the person who's going to do the opening and welcome for us. And I must say it's my pleasure and honor, colleagues, to introduce to you the Dean of the College of Education, that is Professor Markwe, and she's going to do the opening and welcome for us. Just a brief bio of Prof. Markwe. She is the Commonwealth of Learning Chair in Open Education Practices and Resources, and she is the Executive Dean of the College of Education. Prof. Markwe holds a PhD and MSc in Educational Technology from the Open University in the United Kingdom. She also has an MA in Journalism from the University of Michigan and a BA in Communication and English from Hope College in Michigan. She also has a diploma in journalism from Africa Literature Center in Zambia. Prof. Markwe is an NRF-rated research professor in open distance e-learning, and she's also the director of African Council for Distance Education. She's actively involved in distance education associations nationally, regionally, and internationally. And she is also a member of the University Futures Network. She has worked on numerous commissioned research projects for Commonwealth of Learning, the British Council, the Council for Higher Education, and the International Council of Distance Education, where she is also an OER ambassador. She has done consultancy work for the Commonwealth of Learning, facilitating the development of ODEL policies in different universities in Africa. She also serves as a higher education expert on the UNESCO Futures of Higher Education 2050 project. She also serves as a higher education technical leader on the UNESCO's Futures of Higher Education theme for the World Higher Education Conference. Prof. Magwe is a sought-after scholar and has given keynote address in numerous international conferences. She has supervised numerous master's and doctoral students, and she's engaged in development of numerous strategies and policies in ODEL and online learning, not only for UNISA, but also for other institutions in the continent. She has published extensively in ODEL-related fields. She is a scholar of note. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Magwe to do the opening and the welcome. The stage is yours, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Professor Seroto, for that introduction. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang, Sanbonani. It's good to be here, isn't it? Thank you so much. And I think all of you will be looking forward to the engagements today. And you have actually taken time to go through this and also submitted your abstract to ensure that this conference is a success. First of all, I need to acknowledge our guest speaker, our keynote speakers, Dr. Langa, who is the Director for Rural Education at the National Department of Basic Education. She is a rural education expert, but she will be introduced formally later. My role is to welcome you, to tell you the gate di kwetswe, the gate di butswe, the njadi bofilwe, so you can relax and enjoy the conference. So I will just go through the people that I want to acknowledge. Dr. Nofemele, thank you, Me, for joining us and gracing this engagement. SASE staff, the UCDP coordinators, thank you so much for being here with us. Our esteemed delegates from local, regional, and international universities who are joining us virtually. Our coordinators, the people who organize this conference, all the people, Dr. Sisoko, for your visionary leadership. We have also Professor Taule, and I've seen Professor Taule, but I didn't, I'm sorry if I missed. Oh, Mtatembez, how are you? Yeah, what social work? So I need to acknowledge people, all of them. So colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you. And even those that are connecting virtually, we welcome you. All of you are most welcome to this conference. The issue that made us gather here, it's about an issue that we feel it's at the center of the education space. As professional developers, it's important to ensure that all the people that we are going to send out into the world are the people that are ready to work in that environment. They are ready to work in those places. So we all know that students who believe that they belong to a professional, they are happy students. And the only way to do that is to orientate them into a profession before they even graduate, so that we get to understand and get to know that these people are in the right place. So through work integrated learning, students get a taste of the future workplace and receive first-hand experience of that workplace. So it is important for us to make sure that our students are trained appropriately. We know at UNISA we have been dealing with a series of challenges of whether our students are doing right by their place, their teaching practice in particular, and whether they actually go there or not. But it needs to be instilled in our students that that is a very important component of being a university student. A university student is not only about theoretical knowledge, but it's also applying that theoretical knowledge into a workplace. But for our students, it's even critical because when they leave here, we need to make them graduate ready for the classroom that they will be entering. And in this era where students are demanding more from their university education, it's not only about obtaining a degree anymore. And we have seen that we have graduates who are in the streets, who are in the streets who don't have jobs, even though they are holding their qualification. So securing a vital experience and skills that will ensure them that they stand out when looking to secure full-time employment, it's a necessity. And I always say that it's important for us to always remember that we are producing professionals. We are not, it's not just the learning for learning purposes and then you can go somewhere. We have the Department of Basic Education, which we service. We service the Department of Basic Education with the teachers that we produce. We service government with the social workers that we produce. So it's about the service that we provide. We service the industry with the professionals that we engineering and all those people. And it's therefore critical to ensure that all this is done properly. And also more importantly, students are skilled to work in a different environment, in a knowledge economy. And knowledge economy requires also skills. You need to understand knowledge economy. You also need to understand the fourth industrial revolution, the demands of the fourth. Maybe you are already on the fifth, if not on the sixth, with ChatGPT. So all those things, we need to integrate them. The experiences such as internships and other experiences into the curricula to ensure that everybody is at the same page. This will assist us to provide an opportunity to enable our students to navigate complexities of a workplace in the ever-changing landscape of the global economy. The landscape is changing and changing very, very quickly. So it's important for us not to play catch-up, but to be right at the forefront of what is happening. Potential employers, we know, are looking for skills. They look for skilled people. What people can do when they walk into a classroom. What people can do when they walk into any workplace environment. They don't care how many theories have you read and how many of those things have you done. They want you to apply those that you have understood, the theoretical knowledge, into practice. So it's important for us to provide this opportunity to make sure that we just don't do those wonderful things that we teach and forget that we are teaching a group of people who are going to go out there. And all of us here are teachers. Even if we teach social work or teach engineering, we are teachers. That's why we are at this university. So our profession is a calling of giving people hope. We are here to give people hope. We are here to say to people, when you register with us, there are chances that you will be employed, you will be cut above the rest so that you can be able to get meaningful employment. So what do we prepare? When we prepare students, we don't prepare them if I get into the teaching environment, we don't prepare students who are just going into the world of work. We are preparing students who need to equip young minds with skills that they need to operate in 2040 or 2050. So we need to be constantly thinking about this changing environment and the trajectory that it will take. We need to constantly analyze the trends to get a direction of these things that are happening. A student that is currently registered in a teaching department, in our department, will probably be teaching a class in 2028. And if they will be teaching a class in 2028, it doesn't matter what level. Every student that they will be teaching, that will be standing in front of them, will be a student a learner who once upon a time has gone through COVID. And all learners who have gone through COVID, all kids that have gone through COVID, we know that they were raised by cell phones. Cell phones had become a dummy for children. When they cry, babies, when they cry, we give them a cell phone. So then we are going to be challenged because we'll be teaching people who don't know how to socialize. Classrooms will be their first space where they see other people who are like them. And these kids need to be taught how to play because they've never played. Things and when they watch things on these cell phones, it's speed. It goes with so much speed. And for us, we cannot continue to teach the way we have been taught. We need to find a way of ensuring that our teaching is relevant and our teaching also looks into consider this type of kids that we will be raising. And now the curriculum need to be developed for that purpose, not for what we have always done. I had a meeting with DBE, and they are very concerned about the relevance of the curriculum that we offer. And the biggest problem is the work integrated learning. They don't see that happening. They don't see it happening as much as it should, and they don't see it integrated fully into the careers of young people who want to get into this qualification. So, colleagues, you've gathered here at the WiL conference, and this WiL conference has been organized by Dr. Sissoko, who is a project leader of the UCDP project. This project was looking at how best we can improve our practice in teaching practice and in work integrated learning. And it is through this workshop, it is through this conference that we are going to explore today. And I will urge you to attend the workshop on this tool of placement, because it's an important tool and it's a necessary tool for us in distance education. We need to begin to look at ways of ensuring that we are being assisted as we do our business, because it's no longer business as usual. It's no longer business as usual. We need to try and make sure that some of these things are integrated into the work that we do. Placement, especially with students who are dispersed all over the country. The only way that you can monitor and check and see is when you can track their performance on media, on the phone, on the computer, or even on the phone, because that is doable. But what is not doable is for us to physically go to those places and make sure that teaching practice occurs. And the problem that even the principals and people who are involved in this have raised is the issue of placement of students, of monitoring, especially monitoring of students, because students are not monitored appropriately when they go to these places. We tend to trust and believe that what takes place there is what our students should be learning. So we need to be innovative in our approach, very innovative in our approach. And I saw some of the abstracts, they refer to innovative ways of work integrated learning. And we need to really examine whether our practices are still relevant in this current a process, and it is in this current period. One thing that I will tell you is that we need to equip people with digital skills. It doesn't matter which profession they are going into. They need to be highly digitalized, and also they need to have the necessary competencies to function in the world that they are going to. Students are not happy, and people are taking the students are taken to the street. It's because they see this qualification being worthless. The hope that this qualification, it's a dashed hope, because this qualification for them was something that will enable them to move out of poverty. Many of them are NSFAS students. They really wanted, and their family struggled to get money so that this particular individual can go to higher education. And yet when they get to university, they come out and they can't get employment. And it's our fault. It's really, by and large, it's our fault not to prepare people beyond workplace. And also, what type of entrepreneurial skills do we give them? What type of something that moves them away just from this particular thing that will enable them to work in other environments? So it is important for us to teach people critical thinking skills rather than just content. Content is not helpful at all. Era where things are changing so much, even that content is no longer relevant. As much as I say it should be, we should look into technology. Technology should not be the sole driver of teaching. However, technology must be leveraged to enhance and expand the reach of distance professional development, but not only in terms of just teaching practice, but it needs to be integrated into the curriculum so that people understand that this is part of the journey that they do. So it's important for us to produce professionals who are fit for the purpose at which they are produced for. Those is what I call quality professionals. You cannot have professionals who are not fit for the purpose at which they are meant for. So, colleagues, with those few words, I welcome you to this wonderful, wonderful meeting and conference, the 2 days of deliberations. I hope you are going to be empowered. I hope you'll come out of this conference trying out new things that will assist us to develop the economy of this country and to build the nation that is worth building. And by building all these different people that we are servicing teachers, we are building nations. We are just not, it's not only about us. It's about the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the organizing committee.
Oh, already. Thank you. I just said hello.
Thank you, Prof. Makwe, for a word of welcome and for opening this conference. I thought you'd say, by virtue of the power vested in me as the executive dean, or I declare this conference open. Thank you, Prof, and thank you for reminding us that we need to make sure that our students are trained appropriately. You also mentioned that it's our responsibility to make sure that our students are skilled to work in a knowledge economy and also to navigate the complexities in the workplaces that they may find themselves in. And colleagues, without further ado, I'm going to request Prof. Daule to come to the fore to introduce the guest speaker, and then she'll be proceeding with the program henceforth. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our guest speaker today, who's going to talk to us about a framework for effective deployment of education assistance in South African rural schools, repositioning work integrated learning. She is the Director of Rural Education at the National Department of Basic Education. In 2009, she received Andrew Mellon Foundation Scholarship for her PhD at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Upon completing her PhD in 2012, she was admitted into the Golden Key International Honor Society. As an academic and a rural education researcher, she has presented papers at various academic conferences. After a distinguished 28-year teaching career in South Africa and in the UK, including a successful 5-year principalship in a rural secondary school, in 2015, she got the opportunity to establish. She is still employed. She led research and evidence-based initiatives, collaborating with national and international stakeholders and higher education institutions. Notably, she led a team of researchers who use research and consultative-based approach to develop the national framework for rural education, which guides the development and implementation of context-sensitive, relevant, and sustainable programs for rural education in the country. Beyond the rural education community, her directorate has left a footprint in the work-integrated learning space. In 2018, she piloted a 3-seminal action research project in rural schools. The Rural Education Assistant Project involved employing unemployed youth to work as education assistants in rural schools with the ultimate aim of enrolling them in school-based initial teacher training program as part of the strategy for recruitment and retention of teachers in rural schools. Titled Towards a Framework for Effective Deployment of Education Assistance in South African Schools, the report from the Rural Education Assistance Project forms the basis for the framework she is currently developing for the deployment of education assistance in rural schools. Further, she has partnered with Tudo Trust, KICP, and Mbeleko Trust to support work-integrated learning to implement programs that place and mentors trainee teachers in rural schools. Finally, despite her packed schedule, she finds a space for community service. She has been a board member of Marang Education Trust, a research-based, SACE, accredited personal and professional development training, coaching, and mentoring providers for under-serviced communities across South Africa, and a member of the advisory board of the Center for the Study of Resilience at the Faculty of Education, University of Pretoria. We are truly honored and privileged to have someone whose expertise and accomplishment in work-integrated learning have left an indelible mark. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a wholehearted welcome to esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Phumzile Langa.
Good morning, everyone. I always say that I don't need a mic. I was a teacher for many years, so I have a teacher's voice. Let me acknowledge the presence of Professor Makwe, the Dean. Every time I see a woman at the helm of a big faculty, I always feel proud because I know that faculty is in good hands. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Serote, Director for the School of Education. We're not leaving you behind as men, it's just that we're flying higher than you. Dr. Sesotho, WiL Project Leader, as well as Professor Taule, there is a partnership looming there. We've partnered with UP and Northwest University, and somehow we've missed out on UNISA, but I think that the partnership is unofficial for now, but we will officialize it. Okay, I'm just waiting for the presentation to okay. Sorry, they didn't. Okay, while we are waiting, I was very happy to hear Prof saying that you at UNISA, I think you're playing catch up because we DBE. People, we are still talking about the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, it's because of the context, economic and social context of our country, but we feel that there are other countries who are way ahead of us, but whose socio-economic status is much less. So we really need to catch up.
Take this.
This is the time to play music.
Here we go.
Can you play it on PlayStation mode?
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know.
There it is. Yes, no, don't worry. There we go.
Like we see it.
It's just weird, like. Okay, there we go.
Okay, thank you. I decided that I'll use this time to also showcase the work that we've done at the DPE around work integrated learning. It's always very, people are skeptical when we always start on a negative note. You can't see. Okay, the slide is not moving.
It's moving, but not on the. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we know that when this happens to our students during teaching practice, we can't penalize them because it happens to us as well. Okay, like I said, it's always a problem when we start on a negative note by asking what is the problem, but I thought I will foreground that because it's what it's that it's not showing here, so okay, I just wanted to foreground my presentation that what is the problem? Why am I talking about work integrated learning in the context of teacher education? We all know that I'm talking to the converted when I say that there is a challenge in recruitment and retention of teachers in rural school. This has become a persistent problem, even though as a Department of Basic Education, we have pumped in so much money to ensure that we have a bursary that supports teachers who want, young people rather, who want to teach. But the need for new teachers is more pronounced in certain phases. I know that when it comes to the foundation phase, there is a need there, and it's also pronounced in some of the subject areas, the subjects that we call scarce subjects like your maths and science. We are currently introducing coding and robotics. Our HEI is ready for that. And it's also more pronounced in certain geographical areas, and to be specific, rural areas. And one of the reasons that I want to foreground my talk today is the challenge of the lack of funding for individual students who want to embark on teacher education studies, especially those young people in rural areas who cannot afford to fund, even though they want to be teachers. So I then thought, given that challenge, there is a need to explore teacher recruitment and retention strategies that respond to contextual and economic needs of the country. In other words, we need to come up with strategies. Sometimes there is a disjuncture between the quality of teachers that we produce and the needs in our schools. So we need to match the two and make the two speak to each other. And this calls for a context-specific work-integrated learning approach or model for initial teacher training. And that is what I want to talk about today, to share what we have done as the DPE. Okay, what is work integrated learning? Okay, I'll just leave it. What is work integrated learning? Of course, I'm speaking to the experts, so I'm going to be very general in my definition of that. It basically aims to combine academic learning of a field study with the practice of work through a specific program. WiL can have many models depending on the context. We know that when you talk about WiL in teaching, in initial teacher training, is teaching practice that happens in a certain time during the 4 years of study for our learners, and it depends on an institution, and it also depends on the mode of training, whether it's distance or full-time. And so I'm saying that we need to have a model which will deal with the challenges of teacher recruitment and retention in this country, and also, because I'm more for rural education, and also enhance livelihoods of rural youth. So through this model that I'm talking about, HEIs would also benefit from course planning, where relevancy will be at play, and also needs analysis in their teacher education programs. Prof talked about the unemployability of our teachers. Some of them are already qualified and they are out there. They can't find employment. Do we ask ourselves why? What is the reason for that? Do we offer courses that are relevant, or qualifications that are relevant to the needs of our schools out there? So that is also important. And implementation of this model, which will be context specific and speak to the needs of the country, require the DPE to work in partnership with HEIs. There's a lot of talk, Dean. We always hear about these meetings with deans, but we need to act as well after talking. Okay, what are the mandates that we are responding to as the DPE now when it comes to context-specific work-integrated learning in initial teacher training? One, I want to talk about the integrated strategic planning framework, which I know that we are all familiar with, because we can't be in teacher training if we don't know that the DPE in 2011 developed this strategy and shared it with everyone, and it's on our website. It's an integrated strategy planning framework for teacher education and development in South Africa, and it's aimed to be implemented from 2011 to 2025. Sorry, mine is moving, but that one is not. We are stuck in the problem slide. Sorry about that. Which means it's a big problem. Okay, currently South Africa is not producing sufficient new teachers to meet the demands of the schooling system. We also playing catch up. We are currently reviewing the curriculum. I'm sure you know about that. We strengthened it. We are now reviewing it because we want to foreground We want to foreground the needs of the country. So we are moving towards a competency-based education, and we're hoping that will be implemented in 2025. Don't quote me on that. Sometimes hopes does not become reality, but the process has started. So you need to move with us. In order to meet the system's need, the DBE has committed to making concerted efforts to attract and encourage high-achieving school leavers to become teachers. We know that teaching now has a very low status. We're struggling to get high achievers, especially in maths and science, because they always opt for other careers. And the DBE has committed to ensuring that we will target them and make sure that they become part of the teaching profession. This is what we have done so far. We have had a strong teacher recruitment and advocacy campaign. It goes to district level as well, where we target matriculants who are doing very well. And we have also strengthened our bursary programs. It's no longer only implemented nationally, but districts also have an important role to play, and I'm talking about Funza Lushaga. Also, we have strengthened Funza Lushaga. There is more money that has been put there because our target is that 25% of initial teacher trainers are funded by us, because so that they can go to our schools. Okay, another very important one that we are responding to through this context-specific strategy for initial teacher training is the National Framework for Rural Education. In 2015, I joined the DBE, and when I got there, I realized that there was no point of reference when it comes to rural education. So I requested the minister to appoint a task team, a team of researchers who then used a consultative and research-based approach to develop the national rural education policy. It started as a policy, but it was approved as a framework 5 years later. So the purpose of the framework is to give guidance to the development of context-specific, relevant, and sustainable programs for rural schools. In other words, through the framework, we are trying to move the department from a one-size-fits-all approach to a context-specific approach. We're saying that we can't use a blanket approach where we say we're implementing programs and projects for all our schools. We need to differentiate. There is context that is at play here. What is good for an urban school might not necessarily be good for a rural school. So that is what the framework is doing. The framework has 5 pillars, right? One is access and inclusivity. Pity you can't see. Mobility, mobilizing rural communities. It's also about harnessing existing curriculum to respond to the needs of rural communities. It's about teacher recruitment, retention, and development. And the last pillar is support to schools in unique circumstances. But there are 2 pillars that are relevant to my talk today. One is the mobilizing rural communities one. So the framework recognizes that the important role of the community in improving the quality of education in rural schools, and the role of the school as contributing to economic and social development in these areas. So in that framework, it proposes that we need to mobilize rural communities to facilitate education and development initiatives. That is where we talk about education assistance. In other words, this is where education assistants were born. I know that right now we have the PYEI program where we're placing educational assistants in schools for a very short period of time. There is a project that is separate from the education assistance program that I'm going to talk about today. I always want to clarify that. The framework, the rural education framework, talks about the recruitment of education assistants to provide support in curricula and co-curricular and administrative activities. It says let's recruit young people from rural communities to work in schools in their communities to support the schooling activities there. It also goes further and say we don't just employ them, but we can use them to expand a pool of educators by offering them training so that they enter the teaching profession. I'll explain to you how that is done. The framework also is very big on teacher recruitment, retention, and development because we identify this area as a needy area in rural school. So we acknowledge that there is a problem there in retention and recruitment of teachers. And we also acknowledge that it's because of the poor infrastructure, limited service delivery in rural areas, and no one wants to stay there. So we need to come up with strategies that will motivate people to work in rural schools. It also talks about recruitment and appointment of education assistants to provide support to teachers, in that way motivating them to enter the teaching profession. So we're saying we are going to employ education assistants and then offer them bursaries so that they do a school-based initial teacher training. There is a gap there, and I want to explain it because I've worked in a country where there was school-based initial teacher training where teachers were trained while they were in schools working as teacher assistants. And that is where the department then links with higher education institutions to come up with those programs that will speak to that. Okay, then we responded to the 3 mandates and implemented the rural education assistance projects that we are very proud of. So what was the REAP? We call it the REAP. There is a research report in our DBE website that talks about the research that was done under REAP. This was a 3-year project, a pilot project. We got money from National Treasury, and it was aimed at researching the use of education assistance in rural schools for improving the quality of education and at the same time improving livelihoods of rural youth. It was implemented in 3 provinces, the most rural provinces, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo, where we employed these 750 young people, 250 in each province, to work in schools as education assistants, supporting curricular and co-curricular activities. And the main output was the research report. And that is the report that is then influencing the framework for effective deployment of education assistance, and also the most important one, a strategy to recruit and retain teachers in rural schools. So we marry the two. We marry the EA program and the initial teacher training program in this project. Okay, we did the review of literature. I'm not going to worry about that. In other words, we're just looking internationally, how do teacher assistants work, the shift from them working in, because usually they work in special schools to mainstream schools, and then the focus on their roles and responsibility, that when they go to these schools, what is it that they do so that they don't step on the territory of teachers, because that usually creates conflict. We talk about training as well and support of the education assistants. The third one is the impact that they have in schools where they work. Of course, we use the theory of change. I'm not going to preach to the converted. Okay, there were 2 critical questions that we asked in this research. The first one is, how does the use of EA improve the quality of education in rural schools? The second one, how does the use of EAs contribute to promoting livelihoods for rural school learners? We used a qualitative study, multiple cases. We're very ambitious. Out of the 33 schools, we chose 24, so data analysis was hectic, but we used interviews and also a questionnaire, and data was analyzed using a thematic analysis. I'm just showing off to show you that even at government departments, we do follow the research rules. Okay, so what were the findings of the study? 1, how does the use of EAs improve quality of education? That's where we talked about recruitment and training. In our recruitment, we ensure that we targeted high flyers, those matric graduates who passed maths very well, English very well, as well as home languages, depending on the province. isiXhosa, isiZulu, and also isiPedi and isiVenda in Limpopo. And also the findings showed a theme on deployment and allocation to schools. The importance of deploying these young people. We were very biased and said we were going to recruit young people within the 5-kilometer radius of the school where they will be located. Because other than them assisting teachers, which is why we never call them teacher assistants, other than assisting teachers, we wanted them to contribute to the whole education system. So they became a link between the community and the school. In the research that I did when I did my PhD, there was one problem that came out, that rural communities look at schools as foreign entities within rural spaces. There is no connection between the school and the community. They don't see an immediate benefit between the two. So the reason why we had to choose these young people in the community was so that they become a link between the school and the community. And we're hoping to produce teachers who will be able to do that, who will go beyond just offering the curriculum. And we also talked about deployment in classrooms now. Which classrooms? Which subjects? Of course, we were in the foundation phase. Which subjects and what is it that they do when they get there? That was also very important, because we wanted them to speak to the needs of a school. If it was a school that was struggling maybe in grade 1, then that's where we deployed them. If there was a school that was struggling maybe in maths, then we asked them to form math clubs after school. So they spoke to the needs of the school. And also influence of EAs on teacher well-being. That was an unintended outcome, where teachers were saying, look, the presence of EAs in their school is reducing stress, is reducing workload, and it makes them feel good about being teachers, which then contributed to teacher well-being. The second research question was, how does the use of EAs contribute to promoting livelihoods for rural youths? That is where creating time-bound jobs came in. That is where enhancing professional growth came in. It's a pity you saw very beautiful graphs here that you unfortunately cannot see, but it's fine. Okay, in this one, the creating town bounds one, we have a problem of employability, of unemployment in this country. So we did contribute to giving work to 750 young people who worked over a period of 3 years. That had an impact on their lives. I'll tell you how. The project started in 2018 to 2020, right? 2021, 3 years. In 1 year, we decided to do a tracer study. In other words, because there were many resignations, some of them will resign and we will employ new ones, which means we offered employment to more than 750 in the long run. But in this 1 year, we decided to do a tracer study and ask ourselves, where are these young people? When they resign, where do they go? Is it because the program is not good for them, or is it because they are going for better opportunities? So that is when we realized that some of the EAs who resigned, out of the 143 who resigned that year, 87 of them were studying full-time. In other words, they've saved enough money in the 2 years and they went to study full-time at universities. And some of them left because they got full-time employment. In other words, we provided experience for them. And then there were a few, about 18, that we could not see where they went. Okay, now we also wanted to look at those who were studying, who were part of the education assistant projects. A database that we had indicated that a number of EAs who were at the DBE payroll at the time were 697, because the number fluctuated. And a total number of EAs who were studying, who were still in the system, not 262. What was interesting was that out of the 262, 141 of them were registered for teaching qualifications through UNISA, and because they realized that they love teaching after working as education assistants, and they decided they wanted to pursue a teaching degree through UNISA, and they did that all by themselves without being encouraged by us. And also Limpopo DOE sponsored some of them to go and do a B.Ed in the foundation phase at the Northwest University. So in total, out of the 697, 191 of them were registered to be teachers, which means as working as education assistants, they were also encouraged to join the teaching profession. So what were then the recommendations that we had after those foundations? We said the rollout of the education assistance program should prioritize areas that have high levels of poverty and deprivation. And also we said that the EA program, because I really wanted to see the next slides, because it's the core of what we are talking about, if IT guys can assist. We also said we can use the EA program to facilitate access to further education, where opportunities are created for them, for these young people to further their studies while they are working as EAs, for example, by encouraging those who are interested to become teachers to register for teaching qualifications, and encouraging them to apply for the Funza Lushara bursary. The second one is closing the gap that we have in the country on school-based initial teacher training. Okay. Finally, yeah, we are not going to move it from there. Go on.
You should leave it like this,
Okay.
just so that.
See all the slides you missed. Okay, the EA program can also close the gap that we have in the country, like I said, in the school-based initial teacher training. This is where I then say the DBE should collaborate with higher education institutions to develop school-based initial teacher training. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'll repeat this one because I think it's important for you to hear. School-based initial teacher training, the DBE should collaborate with higher education institutions to develop school-based teacher training courses, and EAs can enroll for teaching qualifications, and that speaks to WiL. The program should also working with schools, implement strategies for EAs in school to develop entrepreneurship, for example, agripreneurship and agribusiness for EAs in agricultural schools. We deliberately place some of the EAs in agricultural schools so that they start projects there, and also develop entrepreneurship so that they start their own businesses, and that also worked very well. So we are now in the process of developing, where we need HEIs to come in, process of developing a framework for effective deployment of EAs in South African schools. The framework answers 3 questions. We've started already. The first one is, what is the purpose of the EA program? We had 2 when we started. One, we really are still working towards that, to ensure that education assistants are a permanent structure in the DBE, in our schools, because there are schools that need EAs. We are working towards it. It's going to take long, as you know, bureaucratic issues, but we do want EAs to be a permanent structure in our schools. We need teachers. We also need education assistants permanently. And of course, I will be biased towards rural schools because that's where there is a need. The second one is, we are beginning talks around what should guide the employment and deployment of EAs. In other words, we're talking about their conditions of employment. What is it that they go to schools to do? Their roles and responsibilities to ensure that they don't teach. Because everywhere we go, people say, are you now using these unqualified young people to teach? Especially as we place some of them in multi-grade teaching schools, because there is a need there. But we had to be really careful in crafting the roles and responsibilities to ensure that it's clear that they are not there to teach. However, if they are registered to be teachers, we know that they can teach if they are on their 3rd year or 4th year of study, but under the supervision of a teacher. That one was also very clear. The third one was the outcomes. What do we want to achieve through the EA program? What is it that we want to achieve? Okay, through the EA program, we don't just want them to be permanent and stay in schools and get that money, maybe level 5, where they are paid as the support staff, but we are saying the main outcome is the effective strategy for teacher recruitment and retention, especially in rural schools. We want to ensure that we partner with higher education institutions to come up with school-based initial teacher training, which will leverage for IR through blended learning, distance learning, online and block release for face-to-face sessions. There are countries that are doing it already. When I explain it to people in its simplest form, I always say that nurses are trained while they are in hospital, but they work in wards, they do some of the tasks there that nurses do, and then there are times where they go to college and study and be taught the curriculum there. So we want to do something similar. So that will call for our HEIs to come up with different courses that not necessarily be the same as the ones for distance learning, but I stand corrected. In other words, they should not be as packed as that. I know that England is very big in that. They have even came up with a strategy where they are saying schools are even have a chance to produce more effective teachers than teachers who are just sitting in higher education institutions and just go to schools just for teaching practice in that limited time. There is a body of research that talks about teaching practice, whether it's effective or not. But I'm not going to go there because I know that you know. So what is it that this outcome will assist us with? One, it's exposure to work-related experiences. That is with full-time in a school where learners are exposed to work-related experiences. The reason why schools, I always defend, because I did my honors through UNISA, I always defend higher education institutions that offer distance learning when people are saying, but the teachers that they are producing are not of good quality. And the question, as a former principal, the question I always ask the principal is, how is your induction program? How is your mentorship program within a school? What role do you play in ensuring that these young people, when they come to the school, they get to know the real work-related experiences, the culture of the school? Because theory cannot do that. Teaching practice cannot do that, because you're not really employed in a school where you did your teaching practice. You can do your teaching practice. Of course, I know that you try to place them in rural schools, but you will not necessarily do your teaching practice where you are going to teach. So what is the role of the leadership in school to ensure that these young people are well inducted and they are mentored? So the second exposure that they will get through the school-based initial teacher training is the exposure to realities of rural context. We have Funza Lushaga bursary holders that we place, but they don't last. They leave after 3 months and say, I'd rather pay back your money rather than staying in the schools, because they are confronted with realities of being in a rural school, which is totally different from what they are used to. We need a special kind of well-trained and well-prepared teachers to teach in rural context. The third one is an exposure to ongoing school-based mentorship. In a school-based initial teacher training, there is usually an appointment of a person who is going to be a mentor to these young people and have a system of mentoring them about the curriculum delivery and about the culture of the school, about the context and all kinds of things. I also did my teaching degree at university. We were never taught how to do a scheme book. And when we got to school, no one wanted to support us, but they just laughed at us. But it shouldn't be like that. We should be mentored into these things. So there was a huge comparison between college graduates and university graduates. And I'm not going to go to a debate of bringing back colleges of education, but I'm always say that let's do well with what we have now. and not say, let's have, because that will not assist. How can we reform and make sure that we work together to ensure that the teachers that we train now are effective teachers in any context, especially a rural context? So in conclusion, the official discourse continues to acknowledge the contribution of education assistants that they make in today's classrooms and conceptualizes their contribution at school level. That one is sorted. We love education assistants. They work very well. But this project that we implemented has demonstrated how an effective EA program can revolutionize initial teacher training through repositioning work integrated learning, where we're now coming up with a model that says go to a school full time and be a student from there. So this can be a tool for effective teacher recruitment and retention strategy, especially for schools that are failing to recruit and retain teachers. It also will work well as merging the physical and digital worlds in teacher education. Because once you train as a teacher and you have online classes and we're using blended learning, already the technology part of teaching is already in you because it was part of your training. So it will be easy for you to deliver that to your learners, because that's what we're aspiring to now as DBE, to ensure that technology finds a space in all the classrooms in the country, especially including rural schools. Lastly, it's also is responding to the social and economic needs of a country, because it will deal with issues of unemployability of our young people, and also it will deal with us not affording to fund some of them who want to become teachers. And it will also ensure that we attract the high caliber of young people to become teachers. Thank you. Oh, okay. It's fine. No. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Langa, for talking to us about something that is very close to our hearts, especially those who are in the College of Education, who really are interested in the development of teachers, especially in the rural context. Dr. Langa talked to us about the model that they have created or developed, which aims to deal with the recruitment and retention of teachers, especially in rural schools. She also outlines the outcomes of the model, which is to expose the teachers to, the participant to the realities of the rural context, and also to expose them to work-related experience and expose them to ongoing school-based mentorship. I'm not going to, go over the doctor's speech. I'll give you this opportunity to ask questions or to make comments. I believe you have something to say. Anyone with a comment or a question to the doctor? We have one there. Can the mic go to Prof. Maja? Any other question, colleagues, or comment? Over to you, Professor Maja.
Thank you very much, Prof. I just want to ask the doctor, the one who was presenting there,
Langa,
that do they have any workshops they conduct to equip teachers to become mentor teachers for the placed students? Because when we go there to our students, some, not every student, the mentor teachers are not really helping them. So I just want to hear from the basic education, do they have that workshop to make the teachers there at schools that they can become mentor teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Maja. Any other comment or question? Yes? Can you bring the mic over there? Thank you. I think I'll take 2, 3 questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the how like the how can we deal with the unemployment and how can we bring the skills, the digital skills into the real world. So, and we were talking about rural, and it's like one thing that we find ourselves in as the lecturers, as the professionals, like we are receiving end, and being the receiving end, you need to deal with the young education that was programmed, and it's like, how do we encourage teachers, like how do we encourage our kids to become teachers and our learning, because the way our program has been designed, it doesn't appetite our students, you understand, because, and what I've seen the shift. You'll find that somebody studied engineering, he doesn't have a work, they end up doing the PTC and become a teacher. He become a teacher or a lecturer, but it doesn't, because their first initial desire was not being a teacher. But how do we make sure that the message is being preached to the viewer? Because, and I want to also ask, even with the doctors, they will say you are going to be facing the first salary is no longer being in the rural. How do we ensure that really this, and in the rural we see those schools, the classroom they are empty. How do we enforce that? But thank you for challenging us and making sure that as we are here, we need to make teaching very interesting.
Thank you. Can you make our questions short, colleagues? We don't have much time.
For me,
Then you'll be next.
I know it's I don't know if the actually law is a teacher, but I've seen the kids around me are doing a level teaching, and they are based in the schools that I run, like they actually know it distance. So we are like condemn this for the great job that they're doing and keep it up, make it home. It takes out, it's not struggling. And I'm like, and I love that you guys are doing it.
Thank you. We'll take the last
Thank you very
question.
much. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. The presentation throughout. I think I like your idea of the framework of assistant teachers, because we always think that to do the community, we need to take people from here to the communities, but we don't grow them there. And that's a typical example of growing your own team. But what I think we should do as higher education, and it's just me, as higher education, it's that we need to have programs that, as you are saying, that integrate with that kind of teaching, rather than wait for someone to finish their whole 4 years before they can go into the school environment. Spending 4 years at university, you can take program courses for about 3 years. 2 years. People need that incentive. That's why they leave. And that incentive enables them to stick around, because now they have, and that is linked to the bursary that will assist them to learn. But they should be in that environment as they are learning. These are people learn wherever they are. And that is, it will really cut our problems in half. Try to place students all over the place And once they are comfortable, and because we need to have them at least for 3 years, that's why their bursary should be linked to their stay in that school. And they will stay. Even after 3 or 4 years, they will stay. And others in the community works. And they won't be running away from it. But 1 year, I understand it was a project, but 1 year is too short. Thank you.
Over to you. I thought they were giving you a mic, but you can come up.
Okay, thank you for the questions and the inputs. The first one around mentor teachers. I think that is where we need to have an ongoing conversation, because we do induct new teachers, and we also do support principals and SMTs for school mentorship, but it's not necessarily tailor-made for mentoring students who come for teaching practice. So that's the conversation that we need to have. I was under the assumption that higher education institutions train the mentor teachers who are responsible for oh wow. Okay, so I'm beginning to look at them differently. They really have a calling, because some of them are doing a very, very good job. Okay, but that is one thing that we need to talk about if the partnership is officialized. And the second one that you spoke about receiving the end of the deal, if I can put it that way, and also around incentives as well. If you read, I'm sure you will then go to our website and read the National Framework for Rural Education, because it's under teacher development, recruitment and retention. It talks about edu villages that we hope we can have in rural context, because teachers run away. The incentives, the 1,500 didn't work, so we stopped it. Teachers move away because of lack of services. So we are saying, let's bring services to rural context through edu villages, the villages that will have accommodation, that will also have, a internet cafe, everything that a young teacher would need, including ECD centers. So it's the dream that we have, which we hope will become a reality. But incentives, it's more about offering services. And the next one, we are currently partnering with Tutor Trust that works around the Northwest, and KICP and KZN, and our project, which was a 3-year project, who are already taking full distance learning students and putting them in schools and try to support them holistically, where they are saying they support them to offer a curriculum for curriculum implementation, as well as psychosocial parts, because there is a feeling that in our schools, or in the South African context, there are schools where learners don't necessarily need to be taught subject only, but you have to deal with a whole lot more, and our young people are not ready, which is why they leave. How do you teach a child who comes from a child-headed family? We don't include that in our curriculum. So that is what they are trying to have. We are, I don't know if I should say this, but internally we have been very vocal as the Rural Education Directorate for a review of Funza Lushaka, to say we need to have a bursary scheme that has return on investment, because currently it doesn't. So if we put these young people for 4 years in a school and pay them a...
Thank you, Dr. Lang. I'm not going to allow any question, colleagues, in the interest of time. This brings us to the end of the first session. We'll be having parallel sessions from here. The other one is here in the function hall. The second one is in Bamboo Hall, and then the other one, the last one is conference 5 and 6. So, Professor Ruto, can you come forth?
Is the camera on? Is the camera on?
those that were within the Tshwane South, because of the 25 that were being provided with was from the Tshwane South district and then also the other district. So our main focus was on the Tshwane South district student teachers.
Thank you very much. Let's put your hands together. And I'm going to ask you, are we ready for going online? Yeah. Okay. There is a problem with the sound that there is in the not ready. So can I call you on the next example? Thank you, Joey. Thank you. Yes. They are really sorting out the sound.
Good morning, class. How are you? Machelo, Ore, Rokuama. Um, my name is Dorcas from University of London. This paper emanated from my PhD study. It was actually one of the recommendation from the participant. Maybe I should give a brief background of what my PhD study is all about. It was about participatory evaluation of Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System within the University of Venda. So participants were students from first year up until fourth year, together with their lecturers, together with the BIK as a program. So one of the recommendations from both the student, which were the participant, and the lecturer was that we should revisit the WiL program, and we should revisit in order to be relevant and responsive to the need of the student. And the paper is one of the output from the PhD studies, as was a recommendation from the study. So I'll start with the background of the introduction by giving a very brief definition of what the word integrated learning refers to in the paper. So it was regarded as an approach and strategies to integrate theory and the practice of work within purposive design curriculum through design core curriculum program where student graduates are enhanced by core curriculum work experiences and community engagement opportunities. Therefore, WiL placement provides settings for students to test their capacity for resilience. That was actually mentioned by Mate and Red in 2015. So the background of the study, for decades now, work integrated learning has been globally recognized as a pedagogical approach for helping students to test their skills and knowledge in real-world environment.
It was originally began with the implementation of cooperative education in the late 1890s through foresight of Herman and Skinner, and also Howard in 2004 also mentioned that there's value in integrating academically acquired knowledge and skills within the real world problem solving. So the aim of the study was to discover expectations, experiences, and recommendations for WiL program from the student at the University of Vienna, more especially those who were studying the degree Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System. So the study contest population ensemble. The study contest was the University of Venda, the Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System, and the population were students from first year to fourth year, BIKs lecturers, BIKs coordinators. The sampling, I've used purposive sampling. Why? Because while conducting my PhD, I was still a part-time lecturer there, so I was familiar with the curriculum. And the sampling criteria was that in each level 1, I've chosen 5 participants, level 2, I've chosen 5 participants, up until the 4th level, and 5 lecturers of that the degree. So the literature, I've actually looked into various literature. There were other ones who are actually from Papa NH in 2004, who refers work integrated learning as looking into the real world problem in placement in both organization and companies. And Smith and Volford 2015 also mentioned that will promote the issue of knowledge from university in work context. Work integrated learning enables students to experience their future with context and to develop generic professional skills and positivity influence their employability. That was said by Patrick in 2008. The methodology, the study was qualitative in nature as it aimed in collecting non-numerical data to answer research questions, which were what do you understand by the work integrated learning program? This question was mostly referred or was asked to the first year and the second year student. And the second question was, what is your expectation of the WiL program? This one was also asked more specifically to the third and the fourth year student. What is your experience about the WiL program? This one was actually asked more specifically to the fourth year and those who were from the program. And what is your recommendation in terms of improving the WiL program at the University of Venda, more particularly with the BIK's degree? Data in this paper were generated using semi-structured interview, and the interview were recorded. I've also used critical discourse analysis to discover or to uncover the discourses that were embedded within the program. And as an interpretative method of analysis, I've made interpretation of data based on the details and contextual knowledge of the participant. And out of the data collected and the data that were actually collected from the participant, 3 most important themes emerges. One was from the work integrated learning experiences. One of the participants stated that, for me, integrated learning is a program that one has to undertake when they are about to finish their degree, mostly because such experiences is not even aligned to the knowledge that you accumulated from the classroom. And the second theme was actually that WiL integrated learning should be a student-centered learning strategy. Another participant, which in this paper was referred to participant D, said, my expectation from work integrated learning are to gain hands-on in my chosen field, develop practical skills that go beyond textbook, and understand how theoretical knowledge which will translate into actual and work scenario. The second participant from the same theme also indicated that I anticipate collaborative with industry professionals, learning from expertise and building a network, and that can help shape my career trajectory. And the last one was recommendation. Participant F indicated that there should be a system in place that determines where a student will be placed in their WiL program. Such system will minimize the issue of just placing in an organization, because universities does have MOU with different organizations. The discussions, universities are regarded as more just like an institute that is to learn education. At the University of Venda, for example, we do have a degree including Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System that offers work integrated learning opportunities, and it was also confirmed by the experiences from the participants that usually happened just outside of the content taught in class. And the implication of this paper is that the paper will benefit the student in three ways. It will broaden their understanding of what work integrated learning is. It will increase their awareness of the crisis of employability of the graduate, and also it will promote the enhancement of soft skills in the work environment. And the recommendation, out of so many recommendations, I only chose two. In light of the implication presented in this paper, the paper also recommended the following. Students should not have limitation of where to do their work integrated learning. Also, embracing work integrated learning should be an essential component on one education, and should be an integration of theory and practice in the WiL experiences. That's the end of my presentation.
So I'll take some questions from the floor. That side, please.
Just. Thank you very much for the presentation. I only have two questions. The first question it's about the dispensation of the knowledge to the students. I heard your presentation is mainly focused on work integrated learning. But the question is, how then are you willing, or are you planning to dispense the knowledge, in fact, the correct knowledge to the students from a lecturer to a student? How then are you further planning on producing a great student? In the olden days, you will be told that students are being taught, but when they graduate, they've already forgotten what they've been taught. Whereby, for an example, during the assignments, students will be getting 100%, but then when it comes to exam, they are now getting 20% and 10%. How then are you planning on dispensing the right knowledge to them? And the second one, it is about the banking of education. As to how best are you also planning on making sure that the rightful information is being deposited to the students' knowledge, whereby they will be able to use it in the context of the work integrated learning. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I think I've got the very best answer to both of the questions. Fortunately now, my study, my recommendation was used as one of the strategy in the program review of the Bachelor of Business Knowledge System. That summarizes or answers your both questions, right? I think so. Thank you. The findings and the study, because the study was actually looking into participatory evaluation of Bachelor of Business Knowledge System. Oh, by the way, this program is a newly program of about 9 years. It hasn't been evaluated yet before my study. So this study works in informing those who are evaluating or reviewing the program to implement some of the recommendations from the participant, which were the student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, in the absence of any other question, can we congratulate Mr. Levatoli? Very nice. Are we ready to go online? No? Okay, so thank you for that. So we're going to have the next presenter here, which is next Ms. Mafola.
Are you yeah? Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I am. I think if I am actually.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Musima Makola. I am the Regional Academic Coordinator. I'm working for Southern Region at Johannesburg office. My interest in the working coordinated learning is that I've been working with the students across the colleges. Students from the College of CSET, from CAES, from DHS, etc. At the time when before I get into the college, maybe I should just give the background as to where does this come from. I was a lecturer in the economics department, and then whereby I've been having the students that have been placed with the different banks. And then now when I moved to the region, I took a position of the regional academic coordinator, where I was there to support the students. And then work integrated learning was one of the services whereby I continued working with the companies. And in this case, I worked with the different companies for different colleges, especially the engineering students and then the agricultural students, where I've been placing them and then following up with the employers, etc., up to a certain point where the university says the placement of the students has to be in the hands of the academics. And then from there, what I did, I continued with the students, but I was on the area of training the students on the soft skills, so that now when they go out and search for the opportunities, they should be ready with the soft skills. And that's where I'm coming from now. Right. My topic is the impact of work integrated learning on teaching practice. I've already introduced myself. And then now the introduction and background of the study is that now work integrated learning, we all know the different definitions of the work integrated learning. And of course it will depend from the field where it comes from as to how you explain it. but basically, and then simply to say that will be the strategic approach that is combining the formal and the experiential training that the students will be getting at the workplace. And then the goal of this paper is to ensure a perfect match. The goal of the work integrated learning is to ensure a perfect match between student skills. We're looking at their personality, and of course, in this case, as I'm looking at the teaching practice, we are looking at the school's culture. We do have one of the authors, Jake Dixon, who has identified that work integrated learning has got the benefits to the students. And of course, it's not only to the students, but the employers and the institution itself. Now, in this case, we say that what is identified is that the work integrated learning, it augments graduate employability in many ways, and of course, the confidence of the students. And we should take into account that the students that we are talking about at this point are teachers trainee, and then of which they do have the theory that comes from their college, the theory and the procedures, etc., as to how to go about going to present yourself there at the schools. But what I'm looking at from my side is that now, how when the students do join the institution, what is it that student has to do? Apart from the academic information that is having, and the practical side that's going to have at the workplace, which is the school at this point, what is it that student is carrying along as a soft skills? And in this case, would say the work integrated learning, it will also give the students that is during their or after the placement, they will have the real world experience, because now they are coming from the schools, they know what is happening from school A to school B. And then it also be offering them the career foundation, and then it will also assist them with the time management. As they do those practicals there, they will be knowing the first period of the lesson started this time and it finishes at that time, and that will be the way of training them for the time management. And of course, it will help them to be building up their resume, and then even the networking. Remember, when they are there, they are not only meeting the students, they are also meeting their mentors, they do meet other teachers, they do meet supervisors, etc. So many people around there. So then, after the completion of their work placement, then they will be able to start networking, and that will be the time when they go to seek for employment. Right. The Council of Higher Education has compiled the guidelines, which of course are being used by the different colleges when they do compile their plans as to how they are going to run their processes for work integrated learning. And then the Department of Higher Education also comes with a policy framework which combines the learner-centeredness, flexibility, and quality assurance, and advocates for economies of scale in distance education. And then the concern that rose out of this policy is that now about the inadequate placement, the mentoring and assessment systems. But that, yes, most of the colleges are working hard to make it a point that at the end of the day, what they have are the graduates that are very qualities. Now, there are also the challenges experienced in placing students at approved schools of, especially for the Odell institution. Our students, as like our, there was a question whereby it was indicated, I think that was from the Quality of Education, where they said we do place our students, and then what we realized that we're having a large number of students that we are struggling with the visits, etc. So now in this case, we said this is one of the issues where the approved schools might be a problem based on the student. Where is the student? Is it in the urban area or in the rural areas? Right. And then the most researchers were on student experiences And then less on mentors ability, that will be those mentors in the schools that are going to take the students under their arms and train them. And of course, more on the supervisor's ability to improve on the quality of teaching practice. Right, and then when I go through the literature review, there were a number of things that needs to be considered, but I just to take a view on this slide. The size or large number of students of UNISA is the one that has to be considered, and then as a result, it makes difficult for all the students to be placed. For instance, they've been indicating as to number of period, how they should be placed and how long they should be there, and then when they should be starting with their placement. But we know our students, we know, or not only the students, most of us, we do things at the last moment, and then that's where we encounter some problems. But now we do have a teacher, I think it's from the college, and then says in her writing, she has indicated that there are some concerns on the challenges on the level of preparedness and lack of orientation programs for teaching practice. And colleagues, that's where I looked into it to say that lack of orientation. What is it that we need to orientate for them for? And then now my soft skills came into account. And then student support is the key to ensure training students are prepared to prior work integrated learning placement to enable them to debrief thereafter. Of course, now before students can go to the workplace, they should be ready, as I've already indicated, not about the theory that they've learned, but also with the soft skills. How do they go and present themselves into that school environment? What are the ethics? What are the communication with the people around them? Those are the things that are very important to me, right? And then now, under the problem that I've indicated here is that what was found lacking in the students' orientation on life skills and workplace preparedness before placement, that is what one has identified as a problem. Now, this research seeks to address the following questions. I do have questions there, 2 questions. What is the impact of the work integrated learning on teaching practice, and how the student support strategy best with the effective placement of work integrated learning in an open distance learning environment? And of course, here to UNISA. Now, the objectives of the paper is to investigate this impact on work integrated learning and also explore the student support strategies that will assist the students in their placement during, that is before the placement and during the placement. Right. I did follow the theory of course, experiential learning cycle. And then in this theory, the curve indicates that now the students, when they get to placement, they should, first thing, their entry is to get a concrete experience, and then they want to know what is it that is happening. And then it's doing by experience. And then now after that, let's say from the classroom situation, the students should be able to reflect on what the student has done at the end of the day. And then now the students will do that training, let's say the 2 weeks or whatever number of days that the students has been allocated for, then the students should be able to conceptualize what has taken place. And of course, that put that into test. That is where the active experimentation took place. Hence, I'm saying this underpins my study, whereby we're looking into how the students do educate after they've been completed their work integrated learning. Right, the methodology, the paper is exploratory in nature, and of course, I use the descriptive method. And then I use the structured questionnaire, which of course I administered during the employability skills workshop. And that's where I shared with them the questionnaires, and then the students have to complete those questionnaires. And then included in those questionnaires were the open-ended questions where I just wanted to get their views to add on what they put on their questionnaires. And then I did take into account the issue of ethics, and then indicate to them that they are not forced to complete the questionnaires, but they are doing that on their own voluntary basis. Right, now my findings from those questionnaires was that it was dissected into 3 areas. That I looked at the demographics, I looked at the student support services, and of course the challenges that they are having. That will be before the placement and during placement. Now, I had in that group the 70% were males and 30% were females that attended that workshop. And then the age-wise, they were just between 20 and 27. Then you can see how young the students are. And then 80% of them were single, and then 50% of the students are in possession of their degrees. And that's where you will realize that now the students that we are dealing with, when they completed their degrees and they don't find employment, they change and come up and do something else. And then they'll come into different qualification, and in this case they come to join the teaching. And then we find that some percentage of the students that were in the workshops were having the certificates in other categories of degrees and are not in the College of Education. So now it goes to that point of saying, we were talking about the training, the quality of training of our teachers. But in this case, we are having different backgrounds. But all of them, at the end of the day, I think the College of Education knows how to integrate whatever the experiences the student has, so that now when they go to the work placement, they are ready to be effective teachers. Now, under the student support services, I had 70% respondents strongly who agreed with the participation in WiL impacted, or the WiL impacted positively to them in this case, and then also on the time consciousness. And then they also learn to say when they are at the workplace, now they do have this time log that they have to look into. And then that, of course, the placement, the practice that they do at the schools, it will also give them or make them to understand and learn the punctuality that one has to do at work. And then the majority of students indicated that WiL has enhanced knowledge of how to handle appropriately all papers for the training teaching skills. Remember, they do have the study materials that they have to prepare, those lessons plans, etc. So now they are ready, and then they know how to deal with those. The work integrated learning, learn them, assisted them as a teacher, how are you going to go about doing your work. And then it also impacts on student management of resources. Now, from the work integrated learning, this is what they've learned, and the materials of learning, managing task and managing space. And of course, will improve their presentation skills. And then, which of course, this was one of the area when we do the employability skills, we also train them on their presentation skills. So we'll enhance students' oral skills, such as speaking with confidence, and of course using clear and concise sentences. And in this case, students at the end of the day, they do have the improved communication skills, which of course they got this after they've done the work integrated learning from their ages. Right, and then the improved ability to, I'll just run faster because of time now. And then it also impacted on knowledge that they gained and their level of professionalism. So when students are done with their work integrated learning, they are ready to go out as the graduates with the qualities that everyone is looking for. Now, the challenges the students have experienced is that now, when they were looking for the placement, their movement from one school to another before getting the right schools for the teaching practice was a problem. And some of the school authorities didn't have time to assist those students for their placements. And then a concern again, it was on the safety environment of schools to teachers and other learners due to unruly behavior of other students. So that's what the students raised as their concern as well. The discussion, I think I'm going to, yeah, I'm almost done. The students acknowledge a major benefits, which of course I've already indicated. Maybe I can just pass this one because already there. Let me just do the recommendations. Thank you. Right. And then in the recommendations, I have a few of them. And then what we need to do is a clear communication with schools prior to the start of teaching practice. That should be leveled out. And then a better induction is very important, or employability skills. Remember, now here we'll be looking into their soft skills, let alone what you have taught them from the academic side. And then we're also looking at the student support and assistance from the university and schools must be improved, meaning that all the stakeholders involved, they should come together and work as a team in order to improve on this. Now, constant visits by the supervisors or mentors is essential, but we already indicated that because of the bigger area, the scattered provinces, etc., it makes it difficult for the colleges to do the visits. And then I'm happy that I've seen that they've started on the technology side as to treat them and online to assist them. And then what we will need is the collaboration, not only from the colleges. Please include the regional offices that have students closer to them to assist you in what you're doing. Right, and then of course, finally, in addition, one of the presenters already have indicated that now technology into student placement is imperative, and I also indicate that, and we know that we do have some presenters that are going to say more about that. And then with this, it's my last slide to say thank you very much. And then of course my study was just was limited to the student experience, but to obtain a fuller picture and further studying needs to be done to incorporate the views of both mentors and supervisors. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a very interesting study, and also it's heartwarming to hear the positives or the benefits of WiL, especially in terms of preparing the training teachers for the teaching profession. But I just wanted to check if that was linked to their age, because you said 60% of them were below the age of 27.
Okay. Should I answer? It wasn't basically linked to their age, but the age there, it was just indicating the level of the student, the age level of the students that I'm having. Because now, remember with UNISA, the start of it was looking at adult students, whereby we're thinking that now the placement that we are talking about, it might be easier for them because now they are already, some of them are already in the field and they know how to navigate to get the position. But now we are having young students who are waiting for the university to place them.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? No? Everything clear?
I don't have a question. Yes. I don't have, you say you used to place the student in English engineering. I don't have a question, but I just want to be, because you said, you've mentioned that you used to place the student who are studying engineering and stuff. So how do we revive that what
the network, because it's where we are stuck as universities that students are not there, especially in the engineering side.
You're welcome to talk to me. I don't mind to go back in the field again and do that. So as long as you are prepared to work with me, and then of course my colleagues in the region will also be ready to assist and work on it, because they've been working with the students. They see students every day. As we say, the regions are the face of the university. So we see students all the time. So we can work with the students. We can work in the even let's say the industry in that particular area. Let's say in Mpumalanga. Because in most cases, the ones that are benefiting most are in Gauteng, as we have most of the resources around here.
Thank you. We need that. So we'll work together from now going forward. Thank you so much. Can I have a round of applause for Ms. Makos? I'm looking for Mr. Ernest. Is he in the venue? He's not here. Okay, so that means we have a lot of time for questions. So anyone in this room would like to ask any question, including for our guest speaker? I know gentleman in the corner was willing to ask, Cynthia some question. I didn't take her question. Gentleman in the corner with the white t-shirt. Yes, you wanted our first presenter to ask some question, and I didn't have some time at that time. Can you have the opportunity to ask question now? You still want to have question? Okay, or any other question for any other speakers? It's for who? For who's this question? Okay.
To the speaker, I arrived here quite a bit late. I just wanted to say, indeed there is an absence of students in the venue. I should like to suggest to the speaker that there is a great need of collaboration between student organizations and the college management to fulfill greater student presence in organizations such as these, most particularly ones concerning workshop regarding research. We are in need of such. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Next door, they are students. Sorry, the students are here, so you can't say they are not here. But then we have tomorrow workshop for students and next Saturday in Daba for students. Please come. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but I want to add value to the issue of student-teacher placements. I'm from Zimbabwe, and I've noted that this thing which is being missing. When students are being deployed to schools, there is this aspect of identifying a very good practice in school so that the students can learn better. There are some schools within the system which are bad practice in schools. So this is just a general question. The South African system take cognizance of the need to make sure that we send our students to very good practice in school so that the issues of like supervisions which have been raised will be catered for. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other question? Any question for our guest speaker? Thank you very much.
It's not for, it's just okay. Thank you, just because we have time. I just want to comment on the colleague there, on what the colleague there just indicated. I do disagree with the notion that students should only be placed in good schools, because you also want to take the knowledge that young people have and go and integrate that into the bad schools in inverted commas, because I'm not sure whether it is the school that is bad or it is the people that are bad. So, but you need that, because one of the ethos of work integrated learning is that young people go into these placements and they bring in new knowledge and new capabilities. So if we keep putting them in schools that are already deemed good schools, what are we doing to those that are deemed bad schools? Just a thought.
Okay? It's noted. Anyone? Any question? Our guest speaker, she's still with us? Anything for Mr. Nevatoli? Nothing. This time, are you guys, are you students? Teaching practice. How is your teaching practice? How is your experience with your teaching practice?
I would say, as a teaching practice person, it's very interesting when you hear other people's comments, because everything that everybody is recommending, our officers already passed. We are way ahead. We are just looking at a way, but the biggest gap that we have is the schools are complaining about there's no relationship between UNISA and them. So they have to rely on the student and what the student is saying. So that is the only gap we have. But in terms of technology, we are good. That's all I can say.
It's good to hear at least someone, they are good in terms of technology. However, I think, there should be created a relationship between the schools and the UNISA itself as a whole. Okay, that's a nice problem to have. But I think, we need to solve that problem, so I'm sure there is people in the room. Hopefully we will work together to get it. Anything else? Nothing? So the lunch is not ready yet. The place is ready. Can we go for lunch then? The last question from you, Dr. Langer? Comment? Input?
It's just an input that is also a concern. The issue of placement keeps coming up everywhere. So I just wanted to check, are universities willing to make radical changes around that and be intentional in ensuring that placement is done well?
I think more collaboration we should have between UNISA as a university and the employers, because they are taking our students, our programs. So we in College of Science, Engineering and Technology, we have the same problem. The placement, that is our problem. Other than that, I think we are also fine from other points of view, but it's placement, and then I think, somehow more UNISA to be more visible. Having more workshops, more invite, from the industry, I think that one we are lacking here.
Of course, I'll be biased to education at schools because I do think that maybe we need to go the route of school-based mentors that are attached to institutions.
Somehow should be such a relationship, because in absence of this, we won't be able to solve the placement problem. The huge problem we are having looks like in all colleges. And UNISA have 5 colleges which they are providing qualification with the work integrated learning. Ms. Makola?
Thank you. I just want to share that, from the College of Education, I think according to my understanding, their placement processes seems to be in order. And then, but they're coming to the mentor side, whereby we have to get a person at the workplace to assist the students. I think that's where they will have to work more. I had a situation with the CAES at some point, where I've been working with the students at the agricultural in Irene, where the students were placed there. And then what was happening is that now those employers there, they said they are happy to have the students, they take the students through every day. But the challenge is that now they don't have anyone coming from the university to come and check on their students if they are doing what is supposed to be happening. And then this college, CAES, at some point did appoint the mentors. And then they were looking at the external, like we do with the appointing of the tutors. They had those mentors and they trained them to do this follow-up at the workplaces. So maybe the area of the mentors to be improved, we need to have something like that, whereby now those mentors will have to get a special training from the university, from different colleges as to how you want your students to be assisted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I also would like to share in College of Science and Technology in Chemical Engineering, we have a program, special program for web design, and the students are here in our table, that table. And then we really, because of the placement we are having in our engineering, we creating this special program for the student. We started in chemical, I think now they are following mechanical engineering and then electrical. They also have students. But the problem is our students, they have to come every day for 1 year. And then there is no provided accommodation, we don't provide any stipend. So that is our biggest challenge for those kinds of students. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with the issue of mentors. However, I think university managements need to be intentional about resourcing WiL offices. That is the biggest elephant in the room. There is a workload model for work integrated learning that was developed by Dr. Jacobs, who is the Director for Work Integrated Learning at CUT. And I would urge that we do need to look at that workload model, because it tells you how many staff members should you have per certain number of students for placement. There is no way, for an example, that you can have one person responsible for placing 300, 500 students. It's just not going to work. And unfortunately, university managements have not moved to that space of saying what actually happens in the WiL office. They're not just an administrative office, but there's so much work that needs to happen there. And if we can get to that space, we will get to a space where we resource those offices appropriately. Thanks.
I can't agree more than this. I was in one stage, couple of years have to place 200 students. It was a headache for me. So, yeah, I think more resources should be allocated because we are visiting each and every student. Doesn't matter where they are in South Africa. So we need to have, and then the problem is the lecturer responsible for WiL. They are teaching other 2 or 3 modules as well. So that is really, a big challenge for us because, yeah, thank you. Anyone would like to come get any informants? Okay.
Thank you so much. But regarding the placement, as somebody that works with it, it's very discouraging when you hear people complaining when they don't know the work. For example, in Limpopo, we have approximately 9,000 students. In Mpumalanga, we have 8,000 and a couple. There's only 3 of us. Against how many schools that are willing to assist? You go down the road, I think I don't want to lie, either Sunnyside Primary or the neighbor. they refuse our students, and the department is here. On what grounds? On what grounds? They say we don't want UNISA students, we don't want this. You probably find even that very same principal is a product of UNISA. So it's the schools giving us a problem, it's the system, and the amount of students against the capacity that we have. So it's a bigger elephant in the room. It's not just placement, it's not just somebody. And the students themselves, they take time to bring the information to us. It takes forever for us to capture. So if anybody's pointing fingers, we must look at ourselves first. Who's to blame? Because even the student now, Dr. Manyaka is here. No, she's out. There's a student that's requesting placement now. They had it from January. They must do their teaching practice. What date is it today? When somebody is still asking to be placed, thank you. The year is ending. And exams are here. All I'm saying is it's bigger.
I think maybe I should close before find out. No, definitely we have problems. So we can see now. But the problem is how we're going to solve this problem. Because having a problem is fine, but how are we going to solve this problem? Are we going to solve the problem?
Thank you. Mine is maybe a little bit out, but I can't just not pose this question because for some time now, for some months now, I've been trying to understand because now I'm appointed to manage them. What is it that I'm managing? Because I see that majority of the time WiL is in colleges, and if I have to integrate, where should I start? Who should I talk to? Thank you. I need the collaboration colleagues.
We can talk regarding College of Science, Engineering, Technology, but we need placements. We need help with placements. We need resources. I'm very curious to find out that work model, because one lecturer to teach 2 other modules and looking and visiting 100 students is no way. So definitely to do a good job, we need more resources on that. This lecturer is responsible for WiL. The WiL lecturer has to go and visit the students in the region all over the country. So now that lecturer is teaching another 2 modules. He's got exams, he's got assignments, he has to mark in everything. And then still visiting the students and placing the students. So now if someone at university level can have like a committee established, where to go now and visit regions, meet with company, meet with the industry, with the school's representative, and then make some agreements between them. Yes, every year I will take 1 student, only 1. How many companies are in South Africa? How many companies? If each company will take 1 student, it's fine. We don't want to. 1 is fine. But each company must be committed every year I'll take 1 student. Each school must take 1 student. That problem is solved, but the problem is some of them, they don't want to deal with the students because of whatever reason. So yeah, thank you for that. So we'll work together. Thank you. Thank you for university appointing someone. So we need more people, to look after WiL.
Ponza, one of the lecture that a lecture for WiL. So what your office need to do, it needs to separate a lecture and the WiL coordinator. This is where we're having a problem. And again, when you go to the company, the sectors, they'll say, no, we need a proposal from the office of WiL. So me as a lecturer, I was not there when they were creating the program. What is the UNISA they are looking for WiL? But the office must have a database. You understand? We don't know in the process how many students are we that in between is one of the challenges also. So also, as the office of WiL, do the relationship with the companies. we are sitting with the issue now whereby the qualification is phasing out, the student will never have it. But we can engage after this.
Related to in middle semester is the 25, second if they ready to be essential, we get 6. Okay, so we're going to have another presenter. We're supposed to present after lunch. So I think if Mr. Mr. Richard is this? Oh, is not this one. After lunch, is this? Okay, please introduce yourself. "20 minutes, then we'll have lunch. I promise."
Hi, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Richard Nika. I'm presenting this paper with the topic is exploring So past papers have been presented with regards to teacher training, and this time I'm coming from the angle of technical and vocational education institutions. So this was part of it's an evaluative, comparative evaluation of how the TVET systems in South Africa and Zimbabwe are preparing TVET graduates for green economy. So as a background to the study, I'm looking at TVET institutions or training organizations. Their role is human capital development. So work integrated learning is a very important component of technical and vocational education training. And therefore, they will be putting theory into practice. If you look at the most successful teaching system in Germany, they do the dual training, where the trainee goes for an attachment or work integrated learning for a period. And during that period, the trainee gets lived experience of what is expected in industry. The trainee will be prepared for work-ready employment. So during this stage of work integrated learning, the employer plays a very important role in preparing students for work ready. Now, some institutions would call work integrated learning internship, others would call it particular in my college where I am actually working, we call it on-job education and training, where the students will attach to an industry, a company with 1 year, and then they learn a lot of things. So this study was informed by the concept driven as the where we are saying this is a training model where students is attached to an industry. Now the idea is for the trainee to learn about labor market demands, so that after training, the trainee would actually meet the demands of the area. And then this training process required a very strong synergy or cooperation between the employees and the training institutions. The observation is that most institutions are doing supply-driven training, where they're only supplying the trainees, but they are not meeting demands of industry. So you find that most of them, they will a mismatch of skills between what is being done at the college and what the industry is actually demanding. So weight-related learning, I think it has been explained for some time, but basically we are looking at where the trainee is attached to the industry, and then if he lived experience, putting theory into practice. But during that period, is from my study, we under strong tutelage from the employer, or the employer would choose a very good mentor who would assist or go through the steps of the requirement of the job with the trainee. The statement of the problem, we are saying employers play a fundamental role preparing graduates to meet the demands of industry. Basically, the idea to train the graduates, here I was looking at engineering students, it is specific college, and the industrialist now took later out of the industries in a town called WiL. So, during this period, as I've said before, the trainees are tied to the employer or the company, and the employer must remember that they would not want to mess with their work. So they have to take serious attention to what they do to ensure that they are meeting their demands. But now observation from WiL is noted that the role of the employer during the is underestimated. And the hope is that employers will simply get students from the training institutions. But now it's very important because the employers are the end users of the products of the target institutions. So it's very important for them to take a very important role in the preparation for people. How does we integrate learning contribute to demand-driven learning? Then how do employers contribute to the demand of driven training to integrate interactive learning? Methodology, analysis, because if something was used, because we wanted to look at, for example, the students or trainees who have gone for attachment or want to integrate learning and get their views of the role of the employer. And we also wanted to look at for the employees, we possibly want to look at those employers who have had a lot of students attached to their industry so that we get their views. There was also document analysis on the students' log so that we see the appraisals made by the employers and also students were interviewed. Now, these were the findings. Our work integrated learning contributes to demand-driven learning. So, employees, they actually indicated that they provide regular direction, they give feedback to training institutions, because when they are on attachment, the colleges will come and visit them, assess them, and then the employer would give feedback. These things are missing to this. That's one of the roles. They also conduct periodic evaluation of the industry work terms. That's what the employers do. They put in a prison, they write something. They also actually claimed from the interview such that they are co-trainers because they actually give training. And one of them even said, look at this, NC students, national students in engineering, take 3 years, and they spend one of the years with us here during training. So as a result, they play a very important role. And then they also looked at a very important aspect. The employers, they also align the technology to the required skills. So there's also this, they say the supervising co-educators have stated that one, give them experience, and during orientation, they give them the industry, the orientation, right? They also unpack the students with the trainees the expectations of the job. And also, one of them, the employers actually said they feed into the curriculum. In other words, they've got input in the engineering curriculum. And then, this one is said again, they also took of policies, industrial policies to the trainees to be under them, right? They also, in some cases, they give some pay or stipend to students who are under training. And one of the employers actually stated that they actually pay for the training of the students. Like here are students reviews. So they actually say the employers, if they review the experience of the workplace, they monitor their rate, they also equip them with skills, required skills which are demanded in the industry. They also give them opportunity to use the modern technology. That was very important because industries, there are a lot of changes which are taking place in the industry. So the new technology is more in industry than in training institutions. So the employers do that. Under discussions, we looked at the view that a lot of the wind of change is going across industry. New technology, new skills are required. Often the point was that there are new skills like green skills. If young students, for example, they are now using hydrogen, which save energy. So this wind of change is very important. As a result, the employer's role plays a very important role. We also noted was the fact that employers and end users of products will different. So they should consider to play a very important role in artists like Eagle and other organization. Then employers provide skills, knowledge, and technology that are demanded in the industry. Right? In conclusion, I've stated that WiL plays a fundamental role to provide the requisite skills, knowledge, and knowledge which are needed in the industry. Should there be any change? So that's very important. The employer plays an important role in actually in this process. So his or her role is actually should be recognized. And then the integrated learning helps to reduce work the graduates. We have cited 4 recommendations for our study. One of which is creating the synergies between training institutions, and industry so that they produce the curriculum which meets the demands of industry. In studies, we see that the curriculum which was outdated, there are no new things like many skills in the industry, in technology. So there is need for the industry and trade institutions to work together and come up with a good relevant engineering curriculum. Another observation was that a recommendation was that lecturers should go for lecturer industrial attachments so that they actually get updated on the new trends in the industry. This new technology, they get upskilled so that when they come from attachment, say for a year or half a year, you'll be able to cascade the new development, the new technological skills to students under them. Then the other recommendation we made was the training activity institutions should consider employers as part of their training team. Often, they are only seen as people who supervise their students, not what they are only integrated in. I think the ideal thing is they should actually work together, perhaps identify competence required for the job, right? And perhaps involve the employers in continuous assessment of students under in training institutions. And lastly, we propose that they should be what we consider as contract training. Perhaps we can put it as apprenticeship, where industry and training institutions agree on specific skills, specific technology, which needs to be done, and then the industry and then the trade institutions work together to produce specific students for that industry. One good thing about this is that when the students are trained under this process, one, they wait ready, work integrated placement. Two, they will get employment after training. I was looking at an example of saying in South Africa, they've got ESCOM. ESCOM wants to have new technology, perhaps fitting solar panels for students, so they can actually say under it, right? And take the latest students and they say activity institutions will train them. They get attachment to those companies, and then after that, those students will get employment because they go through the process. But the main idea is that they are training according to the demand of industry. And then the employer is playing a very important role in preparing for them to get into industry. I thank you.
Questions?
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation and very innovative. You spoke about demand and need analysis. And with that, I would like to echo with my sister over there that it starts with us, lecturers. It starts with us that are producing the teachers. Are we producing the teachers that will be able to teach in the 21st century? Are we producing the teachers that will be able to meet the needs and demands of the Department of Education? There are so many things that are needed from our teachers beside only presenting the lesson, and most universities are not attending to that. Our students are very young, and when they get to the schools, they expect them to use technology for teaching and learning with all the subjects. They expect them to do IQMS. They expect them to do policies, SASMs, annual year plan. There's quite a lot that is being needed from our students. But as institutions, are we doing enough? Thank you.
A simple response is we are saying our curriculum should meet the demands of industry. However, in a case, in the former speaker's case, I was looking at the industry, not teacher education, but the main idea is when we train our students, they should be work ready and get employment. The experience has shown that there is a mismatch, particularly in engineering sections, between the skills which students come up in industry and then the skills they need when they go for employment. As a result, most of them are not employed. So this synergy between industry and training institutions is very important. That's why we came up with this scheme.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on the issue of the curriculum, but also the director raised it, the issue of the curriculum. I just want to make a practical example with accounting, because I'm a specialist in accounting. Remember, we don't talk about checks, but when we get the books from schools, they still talk about check. So we talk about electronic transaction. Remember during our time when we balance, for example, accounting, we are sitting down, writing and all stuff. But things have changed now. Why not empowering our teachers in terms of technology of doing accounting? So teachers were punishing us. If the balance sheet cannot balance, then we're in trouble. But now we're using technology. We can just fit the information to the computer and it generates. We have a lot of work in terms of our curriculum. And it starts with what? With the teachers. You mentioned a very important aspect of roboting and all stuff, coding. The higher education must be empowered first. We must train teachers who are going to empower, who are going to teach the roboting and others in schools. Thank you.
Any other question? Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause? Okay, so this last of the last. Yeah, closing for that.
Just concurring to what Doc was just saying there, to say even children at school, they know more about technology and roboting and all that than teachers. They know more about technology than the teachers. So how then can the teachers be teaching technology and roboting and all that to a 15-year-old boy who know what roboting is and all that? So we need to train our teachers technologically. They should be very wise, because the world is running very fast and these students are learning very fast outside the classroom, by the way. Thanks.
Thank you. How many of you don't know what to do with your cell phone and ask your kids?
You know, I think I'm partially concur as a lecturer myself. We have students that are still struggling with technology. So in terms of technology, are we focused on what we are using in the classroom, or is it social media? So there's a difference between saying to the students, your technology, they are thinking about just social media. So we have an experience in our curriculum where we are having students that are actually struggling to even open a Word document. So are we saying the students are really technologically savvy, or they are socially savvy? I mean, I'm just posing it out there. So there's an issue there. Are we if as teachers from, I think, as early education from foundation phase, if we are saying we are taking control of this technology in terms of computers and whatever, I think we need to teach them the correct things, leave the social media, because we can't say to students that they understand when they are talking about social media. We have students every day who are on their computer, phones, but they can't even scan with their phones. They can't even type on their phones. So guys, there's a mismatch, a huge mismatch in terms of knowledge of technology. And I give it to the teachers. Maybe it's a challenge to teachers who are here to look into that space. Thank you. One of my modules is computational technology. Thank you.
She's teaching computational technology. So you see, she knows what she's talking. Our students don't know how to scan a document, but can write an email.
I want to respond to her question. So yes, our students are very good with technology in terms of social media, very good. But as lecturers, we need to take that opportunity and use it for teaching and learning. For example, our students have so many blogs that they can get their friends and link them. I, for once, used that social media platform as an assessment in my classroom, and it worked so perfect because the students liked it and they were able to share their ideas using that social media platform. But I also taught them how to block it from other people that they don't want them to see. And from there, we went down to our WhatsApp group. If you are a teacher in a classroom, learners can be able to go to their parents' phone and watch YouTube, watch any activity that you share with your parents that they can also relate as a method of teaching and learning. So we're going somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Last of the last. I said so.
Well, UNISA is seen as an order. One would assume that it being that kind of an institution would pioneer teaching technology, prioritizing technology to majority of its students, most particularly in the College of Education. But one cannot blame the university. When one looks at the post-apartheid and post-colonial world which we've inherited here in this institution. However, there is a great decline in true academic research. Had we, as an institution, been invested in true academic research, we would have found solutions already to the existing crisis of the lack of technology advancement in the College of Education. Not only in that college, but going to the CSET as well. There are challenges there, I'm pretty much sure you are aware, since you're in that specific field matter. But however, we intend to push the university to move in that direction of technology, since it is an order. If it really says it is an order, we wish to see it being number one in technology. Stop politicizing, rather act and do. The Chinese say, "Xiang Guang Yang Wei." Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to give a round of applause for everyone in this room, all the presenters, all the speakers, and everyone present. And I want to invite you for lunch. Thank you so much. So lunch is served on this side of the room, so please join us. Are we coming back?
Yes, sure, we can hear you. We did hear the movement for the presenters to the other rooms so that we can have it us over here.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. May I have your attention?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much. Sorry, at the corner, can you? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We are now going to start with our second session, and all the presenters that we are having in this hall will be online. So we are going to have our 5 presenters, and then that are going to do their presentation online. Thank you. Right, our first presenter that we're going to have will be under the sub-theme towards excellence, strengthening capacity and competence in the WiL value chain. And from that, we are going to have our first speaker, or our first presenter, in the name Fatima Fernandez and S. Mukwena. So this, their topic is about the enhancing student support in work integrated learning for improved employability and employment outcomes. Right. Fatima, let me check. Are you ready to start with your presentation? Fatima, I'm checking with you. Are you ready to do the presentation? Okay, I understand our presenter is from UK, if I'm not wrong. I don't know whether the delay is just a delay of the communication or what, but let's try to give him a chance. Fatima, are you ready?
She says she doesn't have access. So perhaps she needs to be made a presenter.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Let me just check with the people that has to give him the access. Is it fine now? All right, Fatima, they said they've given you the access. Please check if you have that access, and then let us know so that now we can give you the platform.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I had sent the recorded presentation to you. So I was under the impression you were going to present the recorded presentation and then I would speak later.
Okay, that's not the.
Hello?
Yes, I was just trying to check. Because that's not the brief that I didn't get.
Okay.
Okay, just a second.
Not a problem.
Say it again.
Fatima, they said I should ask you to do the presentation of what you are having from your side.
Okay, I didn't prepare myself for that. So, because the presentation's already been sent, so I didn't prepare myself today to re-present it. So I'm a little bit, I'm prepared to take questions. I haven't prepared to re-present because I took a lot of time presenting. So can they not play my presentation? Why did they want it online if they're not going to play it?
All right, let me check with them. Just hold on. All right, maybe while we are trying to work on what Fatima has, can I check you with you, Ms. Mapumulo, if you can do the presentation now while we're trying to sort out the presentation for Fatima?
If they can't, then I will present, but I was under the impression they were going to play the presentation.
Yes, I do understand you, ma'am, because yes, you did submit and then we're supposed to be playing it. But we've been having a challenge with the online presentations in the morning until now. So maybe that's why they said you must just do the presentation again. So should I wait for you or should we get to someone where you get yourself ready? Is it fine, Fatima? Should I wait for you? Okay, maybe while you are trying to get your document ready, Fatima, let me check with Mapomolo. Ms. Mapomolo, are you ready to do the presentation for us, ma'am? Ms. Mapomolo? Okay, let me just list the people that are going to do the presentation, and whoever is ready for us now, we can start with while others are getting themselves ready. I have Ms. Mapomolo. The first person is Fatima, and then Fatima is supposed to be followed by Patricia Ningi, and then the third person it will be CJ.
Hello, Fatima.
Okay, Fatima.
Fatima, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you? I can't hear anything. I'm also off campus. Are you struggling as I do?
Yes, I am, but I don't know if I must be presenting because I can't hear what
The presenter is saying. That's my point. That's my point.
So I don't know. Let me hear what she said. She said this. I don't know.
Because I said they must unmute because she's muted, but it's as if there's no response. So I'm just taking
I think they're trying to sort it out. I'm sure they can.
Are you ready to do the presentation?
Sorry.
Okay.
But she's talking now and muted.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Fatima?
And
Are they not back on YouTube? Probably on
yeah,
YouTube they are live.
That could be. But how are we going to present them from on YouTube?
That's the thing.
But I think you're right.
Yeah, but even if they gone live,
Let me check with you. Are you ready or are you having a challenge as well?
they were audible even though they were on YouTube.
No, I had to migrate to YouTube because they were not audible from my side. So
Yes, but when we migrated to YouTube, then they got it on both sides. It came on, and then I went off again from YouTube.
The lady is saying something.
Can you look neat? Can you look neat?
Colleagues, can you hear me?
I've got you guys on my
Presenters?
corner because
Presenters, can you hear me?
But I'm so happy to see you,
Refilwe?
to hear your voice and to see your name on Facebook. It's been a minute. You still remember me?
Hello?
Okay, hello?
Yes. Refilwe, are you ready to do your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, would you please just fire? Thank you so much.
Sorry, I just want to know if I'm not presenting now, I need to, in between lectures. So if I'm not going to present now, do I leave?
No.
I've already delayed my classes because of the fact lunch was late, and I've delayed my classes. So if I'm not going to present now, then unfortunately it's gonna bite into my lecturing time.
Fatima, if you do have your presentation, you can put it up. I think Rufido will gladly wait for you.
Okay, then let me do it now. And
Thank you.
Thank you,
sorry
Rufido.
about that. It's just okay. Let me see, because now I haven't prepared for it. Just give me 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Colleagues, we are waiting for Fatima to share with us a presentation, and she will be starting soon.
I just want to, have I got access to, okay, share, thank you.
All right.
Can you see my,
your presentation? Yes.
Hang on. Just need to minimize that. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you so much for having me here. I really had thought that this was already presented, and I was just going to answer questions, and that's what I initially prepared myself for. But nevertheless, I am here presenting. Otherwise, I'm going to run late myself. Right. Obviously, we at the conference of work integrated learning, and the background of the study is integrated learning with the idea of student support services in higher education prior, during, and after work integrated learning placement. And I did this. I used this topic for my doctorate because I was very interested in how you hear the students in place, and sometimes it doesn't work out, and one always has a wonder what happens on both sides of the spectrum. And you hear that the university is putting so much effort, you hear that the college is putting so much effort, but is that really enough where students are concerned? And I decided to let's go and see what students think about the whole idea and preparing for the future of work in the environment. So the question of the research was to investigate students' lived experience of student support services that they get at tertiary institutions while they in place, or before, during, and after placement. And that was very important for me because you must remember most of these students come out of school, and they've been very questioned as to where to go, what to do, how to do certain things. And once they get into university or colleges, they almost under the impression that that is going to happen. And in my experience, I'm not saying in the students' experience, in my experience, I have seen that students have been taken advantage of, and that's why I decided I needed to investigate this further and see what experience do they have, because you'll see sometimes unions getting involved, or you're getting and then you get the Employers Association getting involved with placements because students were treated unfairly. Am I still on? Because I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. Because I'm just not being taken off. All right. Okay, so with this, I decided to go and see what support was expected by the students and what was provided, but then what was actually required to make work integrated learning placement successful. And that is what underpinned the study and supported the thinking behind the support system. And PFP, I think it's been mentioned over and over again with each presenter how important it is, how the roles that universities and colleges play towards the rising of employment rate, and also how important it is
is to align the education and the world of work. And that came up again in this morning. Various people have investigated, let it be papers or whatever the case may be. So that is definitely something that we do know is important. But is it really happening? You may ask yourself after today. And government also invests a lot of money, let it be in the colleges and universities, as well as the students, and they want their return in their investment, as well as paying the employers. Employers can require money from different sectors, let it be the CETAs, or there's different bodies that they can receive money in order to have students. So at the end of the day, people want to see their investment, let it be time investment, let it be money, but they want to see at the end of the day, are they getting what they were promised? And that is something that we looked into. So for this particular study, I used the social support theory that underpinned the study, and the reason why I used it was because we were working now with students. So yes, I am working with work integrated learning, but I'm also working with students and their experiences. And so we looked at the emotional support, you could look at the instrumental or tangible support, the informative support, as well as the appraisal. And all these factors play such an important role, let it be in the workplace or at the university or college. And all these are factors that will play a role before going into the workplace. And you may ask why, but let's take emotional support. One, the student needs to trust the process. Let it be that the tertiary institution is saying that this is the process, we will stand by you. Now they're going in with that trust. But is that trust a reality? Or is it just written word on paper for when quality inspection gets done? So that is the important thing. Then again, is there funding for university or college? Is there funding for computers? Is there funding for transport? And then when they come to a stage where they need that extra information, advice, suggestions, where does that come from? Who do they get that from? And that is why we chose the social support theory, because it really played a fantastic role with this PhD. Yes, we continue with the literature. I just put in the little odds and ends where employability was what students expected. At the end of work integrated learning, they've done their hours, and yes, as some other speakers mentioned, they've used various names for it, which it can be a little bit dangerous because as employees don't quite know, is it apprenticeship, is it internship, is it just work hours, or what? There's so many, or experience hours, there's so many names for it. But what does it mean at the end of the day for the students? And they were prepared to do it. I mean, I didn't pick up one student who wasn't prepared to do the hours. What they felt like they were walking into it blindly, and promises weren't really met. And when we look at it further, yes, this work integrated learning is a stepping stone to full-time employment. But employers didn't just want the skill that the students were offering, or the knowledge that students were coming and implementing at the workplace. The employees want to know that they could do critical thinking, that they could do crisis management, that they could be adaptable to the circumstances in the workplace. So there were other skills, ladies and gentlemen, that the employees were looking for, that is not necessarily taught. And if it is, it's not a module per se. It's thrown in with
with qualification. And that is things that now current use in employment. These skills are silent skills, but they are definitely skills that employers are looking for when employing students into the workplace. That makes or breaks the final student that will get the job at the end of the day once they have completed their qualification and to stay on in the business. Right. Then we carry on with our research design and methodology. This was qualitative study, and throughout the whole study, we worked with 36 participants in the Greater Pretoria Gauteng province, and the reason why it was because it was there was a purpose for them, it was convenient, and I also used the snowballing technique to get hold of the participants. In this, I used the multi-dot collection technique, which was semi-structured interview, the focus group, as well as a written questionnaire. And I needed to tell you, when I realized it was just before COVID hit. So I had semi-structured interviews and the one focus group I was going to do two. And COVID hit and we had a bit of a problem because now I had the participants, but I hadn't yet done the interview, the second group. So I'm the supervisor, sat down and we decided on an open-ended questioning. But the tricky point was here is that most of them went back home and I couldn't always get hold of them. They didn't have, either they didn't have data or they weren't in an environment with a signal. So this open-ended questioning took much longer than anticipated because the participants weren't as available as they were living in Victoria. But remember, everybody just went back home, didn't know what was happening, and I was trying to collect data in between this for us. But at the end of the day, they were wonderful and yes, they did participate, so I could get my information I needed. I used the thematic analysis to help analyze the study and the information, and it went through quite quickly. I just want to share a bit of the findings with the first sub-question. I looked at understanding the concepts, and what came through was the understanding of student support, work integrated learning, and support during war. The other type of support they looked at prior, during, and after was definitely information. They definitely wanted more information, whereas they felt that an email going through to the student wasn't good enough. They felt that they needed the financial support, academic support, and placement support. As many students had stated that it was compulsory to do those hours. They could see the emails, and if you didn't complete your hours, then unfortunately you couldn't get your degree or couldn't get your diploma. And they weren't offered placement, they had to go look for placement themselves. And that was problematic, so that came through quite a lot. Academic support, a lot of students felt that they were struggling with work, and if they requested support, it was a matter of there was usually long queues, people weren't prepared to stay after hours, it was a matter of they were referred to go to the library for support. So yes, those were the few that came through. Then what do they understand the roles of them? They definitely encourage stakeholders relationship and partnership. And then the one thing that came through quite strongly was workplace policy. So the policies at work wasn't really discussed with them. So they were there for the year or the 6 months or the 6 weeks, whatever the case may be. But work policies were never really discussed with them. So they didn't know what were they allowed to do, what weren't they allowed to do in the workplace, they just had possibly a mentor. Some of them did have a supervisor, or otherwise they just had to shadow somebody, and they did not understand their role per se, and because work policies weren't really given to them or discussed with them. The next one was their lived experiences and their challenges, and they felt they weren't necessarily ready for the placement. They weren't giving a true reflection of what was expected in the placement. And the prior meetings, only some had meetings prior to placement. Others, there was no meeting certainly prior, nor during they never got to see anybody from the university or colleges. And afterwards, they didn't even know. They were just meant to give in their portfolio of evidence, and they didn't even know if they were successful or not. And only right at the end, once they had communicated via emails, did they get some feedback. So yes, we got some positive feedback, but we also got some negative feedback. Then the time frame, some felt that if they were in the workplace, employers didn't also understand the role that they were meant to play or the role of the student, and the time frame was limited for them to do what they were actually meant to have signed off in their logbook. Then the resources, that was pragmatic both at colleges and universities as well as the workplace. They felt that the resources available to them to practice what they were meant to do for their qualification wasn't either current or it wasn't available for them to use in the time that they were meant to be using it. Placement is connected. The students felt that what they had studied, what they had applied. I think somebody also mentioned it was a mixed match, and unfortunately, the reality is not all the curriculum, as you all know, some qualification have a lifespan between 3 to 5 years, and so it only gets updated in 4 to 5 years where the workplace doesn't wait for the curriculum to update itself, it just carries on. And then the interest in moving along. I see Peter has his hand. I will, okay, I don't know, I'll move on. All right, so then I move along. There is information there concerning what I did want to share with you was the 6-phase student support model that I came up with in the study, where the phase 1 is the meeting with university, college, the student and the employer, so that everybody knows what is their role and what is expected at the end of the time. Then number 2 is a plan of action. What is going to happen? When will it happen? Obviously, at the workplace, employers do have to continue with the current work at hand, so they will also have designated time for the student, and the student will abide to it. And then the collection of evidence. That's also important that the student understands the system, but so does the employer. And this is where the tertiary institution's representative goes and speaks to them. And that's what this meeting is so important. Explaining the process and explaining the importance and the collection of evidence. Here, this is just important reviewing and submission of the evidence that is collected. Before it gets submitted, it is important that the employer as well as the tertiary institution's supervisor reviews the work and sees is there work outstanding, is there things that they must repeat before it goes and is handed in for submission. And then the fifth phase is the assessment, and the last one is the endorsement of the certification. And that is the process of support that students need support in all phases, in all six phases of the process while they at tertiary institution. And furthermore, we've got recommendations that various stakeholders have collaborations with tertiary institutions so that they can give the knowledge that what is happening in the workplace. And yes, are lectures that are in colleges and universities, do they ever go into the workplace? Do they know what's actually going on there? Because sometimes, you've heard of the saying, you're sitting in the little castle, one needs to also go into the workplace to see what's happening. My last one is, you may ask, so what? And I just want to leave with this quote is literacy in the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who learn who cannot unlearn through relearn. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Thank you so much for the presentation. It is very insightful information there. Let's check with the attendees if they do have any question. Colleagues, any question for Fatima?
Sorry, I rushed through it, but...
No, it's fine. Thank you. Colleagues, any question? Okay, I'm looking around. Fatima, I think you explained yourself fully and they understand exactly what you presented. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I would like to apologize in the manner in which we have started. And the other colleagues remain is thanks. Colleagues, I think, all right, thank you so much. I think we can move to the next person. Fatima, you can off-shade your paper. And then I just want to share with the presenters that colleagues, we are having 20 minutes, and then we're going to have 50 minutes of presentation, and then from there we'll give you 5 minutes of questions. So, and then in terms of the showing you the time that we are left with 5 minutes or so, just check if you see my hands up, then just note that now it's time to speed up to come to the conclusion of your presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatima, and then let's look at the next one. Our next presenter is Patricia Ning. And Patricia, I think you have for CBC. So that will be our next presenter, and then the topic there is employing and strengthening work integrated learning to enhance academic and workplace competencies in the era of AI. Patricia, the platform is yours. You can just load share your presentation and share the information with us. Thank you. CBC, are you fine?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm giving the platform. You can share the presentation.
Yes, I'm fine. Okay.
Can I ask Madam Chair, while CBC is sharing a presentation, is it possible for you to give us on the chat the times of our presentations when we're going to come on?
Maybe let me just read you the list as you follow each other, right? Thank you for asking that question. Now, we are going, right now we are having CBC on the platform, and after that is going to be Miren and Gutim that will be presenting, and then our fourth or the next presenter, just a second, I'll give you the name. After Miren, then will be Heavy Mapumulo, and then after Mapumulo, we'll have a Pala who will be the last one. Is it fine with everybody? It's fine. I'll also remind you just to on the chat to indicate who's coming after this. I'll do that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, my question is about the use of a portfolio in the ODL context. Um, there is micro teaching. Chair.
Hello, hello.
It's difficult. You know, everything that I say, it comes back to me.
What do you mean? We can hear what you're saying.
Everything that I'm saying,
What I'm saying, are you getting the echo back to you? Is that what you mean?
there's so much noise. I can't even hear myself.
Do you get an echo from your side?
There is so much noise that I can't even hear what I'm saying.
All right.
Please tell her to switch off her speaker on her laptop because she's hearing
Yeah,
you
it's so
because she's
loud.
sharing.
All right. They said you should switch off your speaker from your side, then you won't have this echo. Do you see on the first row of your laptop up there, where it shows that now you have to press, there is a button with a circle that has got, I don't know how to explain it, like it's cancelled. So can you press that and it will give you the light to indicate that now your mic is off, then you won't be able to get this echo. Are you coming fine?
No, I don't see what you the circle you're talking about. I can't see it here. Maybe let me continue. No, I'm not mine.
On the, it's just that the computers are different, right? But if you look on the first row up of your laptop, there will be signs of the speaker, three of them. One has got negative, one has got the positive, and the other one has got a circle. So you press that one, then it will be switching off your mic.
The issue is the speaker, not necessarily the
Can
mic.
someone write on the chat because I'm struggling to hear? There is so much noise. I can't hear. Can you write on the chat, please?
Just insist.
Just check the chat. Can you follow up on the chat there?
Hello?
All right, thank you. You can do the, yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start talking. Is he busy?
Dr. Miran, she's asking you to continue with your one.
Okay, I was saying my presentation is about the use of e-portfolio in ODL context when doing micro teaching. Traditional assessment methods are evolving to respond to contemporary society's needs. E-portfolios gaining prominence and micro teaching is enhancing teaching practices. This presentation argues that e-portfolios are an enabler of micro teaching assessment. E-portfolios are powerful tools because they facilitate student knowledge construction, reveal hidden aspects of the learning process, and empower students to take control of their learning, thereby boosting motivation. This discussion is rooted in the principles of social constructivism, and we'll delve into the following topics. This is just steps of how an e-portfolio is created. I'm not going to read it because of the disturbances from the earlier on. So the e-portfolio, what is the purpose in the LDL context? It is used for assessing students' competencies and knowledge. They provide a holistic view of a learner's progress and achievements. It encourages self-reflection, allowing students to assess their own learning and identify areas of improvement. A portfolio's document a student's journey, displaying their growth, skills, and achievements over time. Provides a digital record of students' work which can be accessed from anywhere, making them particularly valuable in ODM context. How e-portfolios support students in knowledge construction? By promoting active learning, by engaging students in the creation and curation of content that represent their learning journey. This hands-on approach encourages them to construct knowledge actively. Often requires students to include reflections on their work and experiences. Reflective practice is a powerful tool for consolidating learning and constructing new knowledge based on their past experiences. Through the process of developing and maintaining e-portfolios, students take control of their learning. They set goals, monitor their progress, and make decisions about the content they include, fostering self-regulated learning. The role of e-portfolios in making learning process visible. E-portfolios showcase students' achievements, project skills, making these accomplishments visible and accessible to instructors, peers, and potential employers. Offer a transparent way for instructors to provide feedback on students' work. The continuous updating of e-portfolios allows for ongoing assessment, making the learning process visible to all stakeholders. Often encourage peer assessment and interaction. Students can review each other's portfolios, which promotes knowledge sharing and collaborative learning. Visibility into the learning process enables students to make informed decisions about their academic and career paths. It helps them recognize areas where they excel and where they need to focus more efforts. Practical advice for building an e-portfolio. Define the purpose of your e-portfolio, what you want to showcase or achieve. Having clear learning objectives will guide the content and structure. Include aspects that align with the objectives and showcase your best work. This could be assignments, projects, reflection, or other evidence of your learning growth. Incorporate reflective narratives or annotation with artifacts. Explain why you chose what you learned and how it demonstrates your development. pay attention to design a visually appealing e-portfolio is more engaging. Use consistent fonts, colors, and formatting for professionalism. Regularly update your e-portfolio to reflect your ongoing progress and achievements. An e-portfolio is a dynamic tool, not a one-time project, because you keep on adding information on your e-portfolio and you keep submitting piece by piece. You don't have to wait until the end of the year or until the end of whatever time frame that you are given by State University. Familiarize yourself with the tools and platforms you are using. Ensure that your e-portfolio functions well on various devices and browsers. Consider the success files you include, such as documents, images, videos, or interactive media. Ensure the platform supports these files to avoid the issue of corrupt documents or photos on the other side of your submission. You create an e-portfolio that is accessible to all users, including those with disabilities. And most universities will create the e-portfolio for the students so that it is user-friendly. If you're using a platform, take advantage of additional resources and support provided by the platform and use manual technical skills. Training is always good because you gain more information and you can improve on the skills that you already have. Regularly backup your e-portfolio to prevent data loss. Consider cloud storage or automated backup solutions for added security. So we said we're using this e-portfolio for micro-teaching. So what is micro-teaching? Micro-teaching is a component where students must observe cooperating teachers and the class they have chosen for a period of time before preparing a lesson plan for a 15 to 20 minute activity and teaching in the classroom environment. These students, they can organize their peers from the university and create a classroom there. They don't have to go to school to do their teaching practice because it's micro-teaching. It happens at a university or at a college where each student will be teaching other peers at a university or at a college environment, which is a conducive environment for them because the only thing they're monitoring is helping each other. The micro-teaching lessons serve as a practice for students before they go to school for teaching practice. Micro-teaching helps students gain confidence and learn from the feedback of their peers and lecturers. So if all students can be engaged in micro-teaching before they go to school, maybe by the time they get there, they will have an understanding of some skills that are required when they go to school. So we recommend that students go through a process of micro-teaching before they can go for their normal teaching practice in school. So what about the typical contents of the micro-teaching portfolio? So we have professional knowledge, teaching and learning process, management skills. So under professional knowledge, we have code of conduct, evidence, participation, and seminar, in-service training. Under teaching and learning process, we have reports from mentors because mentors they need to report about the students' work plan, resources, feedback from cooperating teachers and department head, feedback from learners, samples of learners' work. And then under management, we can have photographs of the class participating in specific learning activities, classroom floor plans and classroom picture, records of dealing with discipline issues, management, report excerpts from mentors. And then we also have information and communication technology where we have examples of resources used during the lesson, evidence of ICT incorporation, learning aids examples. And then monitoring student learning. We have assessment plan, assessment tool, progressive feedback given to learners, and the example of an assessment sheet.
And then
And
other
then other
professional
professional
qualities in
qualities in
community
community
involvement, that is
involvement, that
where
is where
students need
students
help
need
to
help
keep
to keep
the
the
records of
records
proof
of
of
proof of
participation in
participation in
student
student
and
and
extracurricular
extracurricular
activities,
activities,
organize field
organize field
trips,
trips,
and
and
photograph of
photograph of
extracurricular
extracurricular
activities.
activities.
And
And
then,
then,
how is
how
the
is
portfolio
the
relevant to the
the
ODL
ODL
context?
context?
Because as
Because
we
as
talk
we
about
talk
the
about the
online
online
supervisions,
supervisions,
the
the
e-portfolios
e-portfolios
can
can
assist
assist
the
the
process of
process of
online
online
supervision.
supervision.
And
And
why I'm
why I'm
saying it is
saying it is
60%.
60%.
It serves
It
as a
serves as a
versatile tool
versatile
for
tool for
assessing and
assessing and
evaluating the
evaluating the
progress,
progress,
achievements, and
achievements, and
competencies of
competencies of
ODL
ODL
students
students
because they
because they
update their
update their
portfolios
portfolios
as and
as and
when
when
there is
there is
something that
something
needs
that
to be
needs to be
updated. They
updated.
don't
They
keep
don't
the
keep the
portfolio
portfolio
for the
for the
duration of the
duration of the
teaching season.
practices.
The
The
e-portfolio
e-portfolio
allows
allows
students to
students to
document their
document
learning
their learning
experiences,
experiences,
including
including
achievements,
achievements,
assessments,
assessments,
projects, and
projects, and
reflection.
reflection.
This
This
documentation helps
documentation
learners
helps
track
learners
their
track
progress
their
and
progress and
reflect on
reflect
their
on
growth
their growth
over time.
over time.
ODL
ODL
students often
students
have
often have
diverse
diverse
backgrounds,
backgrounds,
experiences, and
experiences,
skill
and
sets.
skill sets.
E-portfolios offer
E-portfolios
a
offer a
platform to
platform to
showcase their
showcase their
competencies, both
competencies, both
academic and
academic and
experiential,
experiential,
making them
making them
visible
visible
to
to
educators,
educators,
peers, and
peers, and
potential
potential
employers,
employers.
of which
Of
all
which
these
all these
stakeholders may
stakeholders
also
may also
assist in
assist in
developing
developing
those
those
students.
students.
In
In
ODL, where
ODL, where
students may be
students may be
working
making
professional
professional
or have unique career
unique career
goals,
goals,
e-portfolios
e-portfolios
provide means
provide
to
means to
present their
present their
skills
skills
and
and
experiences
experiences
to
to
prospective
prospective
employers.
employers.
E-portfolios can
E-portfolios can
enhance
enhance
employability
employability
by
by
demonstrating
demonstrating
learners'
learners'
capabilities.
capabilities.
The process
The
of
process of
developing and
developing and
updating
updating
e-portfolios
e-portfolios
encourages
encourages
ODL
ODL
students to
students to
engage in
engage in
lifelong
lifelong
learning,
learning,
and it
and it
fosters a
fosters a
culture of
culture of
continuous
continuous
self-improvement and
self-improvement and
knowledge
knowledge
construction.
construction.
As we
As
all
we
know,
all
that
know, that
learning
learning
doesn't stop.
doesn't stop.
We have to
We
keep
have to
on
keep
learning.
on
So the
learning. So the
e-portfolios can
e-portfolios can
assist
assist
our
our
students
students
in
in
making sure
making
that
sure
they
that they
become
become
lifelong
lifelong
learners.
learners.
And
And
then
then we
how
have how
e-portfolio
e-portfolio
align with the
align with
needs
the
and
needs
goals
and
of
goals of
ODL
ODL
programs.
programs.
E-portfolios are
E-portfolios are
highly
highly
adaptable and
adaptable
can be
and can be
integrated into
integrated into
diverse
diverse
ODL
ODL
programs.
programs.
They
They
accommodate the
accommodate the
flexibility that
flexibility that
ODL
ODL
students
students
require
require
due to
due
their
to their
varied
very
schedules and
schedules and
locations.
locations.
Often relies
Often
on
relies on
self-paced learning,
self-paced learning.
e-portfolios
E-portfolios
align
align
perfectly with the
perfectly with the
approach,
approach,
allowing
allowing
students to
students to
document their
document their
progress at
progress
their
at
own
their
pace
own
and
pace and
showcase their
showcase their
achievements when
achievements
they are
when they
ready.
are in.
ODL programs
ODL programs
cater to a
cater to
broad
a
range
broad
of
range of
learners with
learners with
distinct goals
distinct
and
goals
needs.
and needs.
E-portfolios can be
E-portfolios can be
customized to
customized to
reflect the
reflect the
unique
unique
inspiration
inspiration
and
and
competencies of each
competencies of each
student,
student,
ensuring
ensuring
alignment with
alignment with
individual
individual
program
program
goals.
goals.
E-portfolios
E-portfolios
provide
provide
ODL
ODL
program
program
which,
which
with a
with a
variety of
variety of
assessment
assessment
options
options
beyond
beyond
traditional
traditional
exams,
exams.
as
As
traditional
traditional
exam
exam
have
have
different
different
challenges and
challenges
also
and
have
also have
different
different
opportunities.
opportunities.
But with the
But
use
with
of
the use of
e-portfolios, we can
we can
enhance the
enhance the
assessments
assessments
because it
because it
varies. It
varies.
doesn't
It
follow
doesn't follow
just a
just
traditional
a
exam,
traditional
but
exam.
the student can
Student
also
can
do
also
their
do
work
their
at
work
their
at
own
their own
pace and
pace and
during their
during their
own
own
schedule
schedule
that
that
accommodates
accommodates
whether they are
whether they are
working
working
or
or
maybe
maybe
they have other
they have other
commitments that they
commitments that
have.
they
So the
have. So the
e-portfolio
portfolio
can
can
assist them
assist them
to
to
do that
do
instead
that
of
instead
having a
of having
fixed
a
time
fixed time
to sit
to
for
sit
a
for
specific exam. They can
they can
accommodate different
accommodate
learning
different learning
styles and
styles and
competencies, allowing
students
students to
to
demonstrate their
demonstrate their
knowledge and
knowledge
skills
and skills
independently.
independently.
E-portfolios
information transferable across ODA courses and institutions, making it easier for ODA students to continue their learning journeys seamlessly, potentially with a different institution or in a different program. Am I still finding time? I can't hear what's
You're just
exiting. I'm
exiting.
about to
I'm
finish.
about to finish.
Just 1 minute to go. Equal to encourage all your students to set e-learning goals and objectives. By defining what they aim to achieve, students will take ownership of their learning journey. Students can track their progress over time, identifying areas where they excel and where they need more effort. This continuous monitoring fosters self-regulated learning. E-portfolios often require students to reflect on their experiences and the evidence they present. This self-assessment process prompts students to think critically about their learning and achievements. Self-regulated learning places the onus on students to be proactive in their education. E-portfolios empower OPL students to make decisions about what to include, how to present it, and where to update their portfolios. OPL students often face various external factors that can affect their learning, such as work commitments or personal compatibility. E-portfolios provide the adaptability, flexibility needed to manage their learning around these challenges. In conclusion, the portfolios are a vital tool in assessing micro-teaching and enhancing teaching competencies. They empower students in their learning journey, guidelines for developing and assessing micro-teaching portfolios. This is part of a chapter that we submitted for a book that has already been published. It's called Micro-Teaching. Hello.
How am I with time?
Your turn is up. Hello, can you hear us?
Anybody home?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you now. Okay. Yeah, you can just wrap up. Your time is up, but you can wrap up. Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, continue to wrap up, me. Okay, so this is part of a chapter that we. Yeah, I'm continuing. Yes, continue. I'm saying, okay, let me take down the volume again. Okay, this is the part of the chapter that we wrote, which is part of the book that is called Managing the Micro-Teaching Process, of which the editors are Okeke, Adu, WiL, and Nana. Nana is from UNISA. So if you need more understanding of how micro-teaching works, you can check that book. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Sibisi. Now it's question time. The platform is open for any question for Dr. Sibisi. You want to talk?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me, Dr. Sibisi?
Dr. Sibisi, can we hear us?
I can't hear the words, I can hear the noise. I can't hear the words, I can hear the noise. Maybe you can write on the chat to say something.
All right, just a second.
Dr. Sibisi, can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Doc?
Dr. Sibisi?
I hear that there is a noise and there is a voice, but I can't hear the voices. I can hear a very loud noise on my side. So if there is something that you are trying to say, please can you write on the chat?
Okay, we'll write on the chat.
Dr. Sibisi, can you see the chat? There's a question for you on the chat. Can you see that? Hello? Dr. Sibisi? Seem to be having a challenge. Maybe what we can do now, I think, let's proceed and then we'll keep on sending the question on the chat and then we can respond to that later. Colleagues, do you hear me from the other side, the presenters? Maybe while Dr. Sibisi can't hear us, then let's continue to the next one. But the question is on the chat. Dr. Sibisi, can you respond on the chat as well? Oh, you did. Yes. The answer is yes, they complete daily or if there are activities. Thank you very much, Dr. Sibisi. And then any other question before we get to the next speaker? All right, thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Sibisi. I think we can continue with the next speaker. Thank you so much. Colleagues, what we are having on the platform that has to give us the presentation now is Dr. Kutie and Mirin that are going to do their presentation. Platform is yours, colleagues, and then you can do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my slides clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will be talking about students' experiences of navigating online classes modules. My co-presenter is Mrs. Christy Concept. She's not here today. So my name is Sandra Miran and I will be leading the presentation on her behalf this one. So when we look at how we did higher education previously, even for teaching practice, we used print technology. Most universities, including the business universities like ours, we used print technology. We did the blended form where we did assignments and portfolios that were submitted via the post office, and sometimes we also use the J-Rota systems that I used to upload assignments. But most students actually prefer to send their portfolios and their assignments via the post office. So we had this print material that came to us. However, since COVID with us, that became the thing of the past in terms of the way submissions were done on the assignments and portfolios, of how we actually did our teaching and learning, and it was all done online. So even we in the other institutions, we faced many challenges making that transformation. And so the same way with us as lecturers making the transformation, the students also struggled So because we were so dependent on this printed material and to go to this fully online way of studying and teaching and learning became difficult for us. Okay. Therefore, our main aim is to explore the experiences of um, student teachers in navigating the online platform for teaching practice modules, because although literature speaks about student support in multi-exposure, it does not speak about how students need to navigate their own teaching practice modules. So therefore, that was the aim of our study. Okay. And our research question was, what are students' experiences of working with teaching practice modules in an OGAL environment? And the theoretical framework that we used for our study was a TAB, the Technology and Acceptance Model. And this was developed initially by Davis in 1999. And as you see from the word TAB, and it was the acceptance group. So do they accept technology or do they reject technology? It will depend on, of course, the attitude of the user towards technology will determine whether it will be accepted or used, whether it is perceived as useful. So if it is perceived as useful, this way there is success attributed to it. So it will be more, students will want to accept it more. But if if students feel that it doesn't assist them, they may not take to it. And there's also this perceived ease of use. So if it's more difficult to use, students don't want or find it difficult to actually get to it, to use it properly, or have access to it, or ease of use, finding it, getting access to it, they may not be able to take to it. But if they find it much easier to use, they will accept the online tools, the technology that we have. Okay. Later on, Greenridge and Davis actually revamped it to make it to include something called self-efficacy. And this will deal with student self-efficacy. So if the student feels positive about using this technology and feeling that they will try and persevere to get it right, so they will be more positive towards it. And so it really depends on them how they perceive it to be. Okay. And again, user system user friendly, very similar to perceived ease of use. How easy is it to use? So the easier they feel that it is to use, they will be more accepting of it. And if it's more difficult, they will reject it or complain about it and so forth. Okay. So the methodology, we used 8.2 case study design. So because we use student experiences, we wanted to find out how they experience the online system of the teaching practice module, and a case study, and in the single case study we used one university to find out about this. Okay. And we sampled two teaching practice modules. We used the TGCE, TPHE 706, which does FET, deferred education and training, teaching, which is in grade 10 to 12. And then we also did the BNFE, we did TPHE 704, which is an exit level modular undergrad degree, and it also deals with FET, grade 10 to 12. So we sampled students from these modules because they did teaching in grade 10 to 12. So it was the purpose of sampling. Ratio was 20 students. We took 15 from each module, and we took 15, and again it was purposive, but we didn't just go and purposefully look at it. We took 15 just random. We didn't say use some, and we also had to look at who answered the evaluation form that is our method that we used. So In the method that we have actually was we had at the end of the portfolio, we have a module reflection evaluation topic, sorry. And in that module evaluation form, we ask the students questions. And so some students answered them, some did not answer them. So we used the first 15 from each module that answered these questions. And the analysis that we used was a thematic analysis using a Brown and Clark, using codes and themes, and traceability was ensured by making sure that we used verbatim whatever the students had written in that evaluation part of their stuff, and we really carefully to make sure that we complied with whatever we did. Ethical considerations, we did not use students' names, we used numbers in fact, and we done it directly, and we did have ethical clearance for this. So we go on to our findings and discussion. And the first finding is online placement experiences. For this one, most of the students were not very happy about this. Student 13 said, I had trouble receiving confirmation of my placement. The same response was echoed by most of the students, and student 10 declares further, I had two challenges. First, it was not easy to locate my school, and secondly, the confirmation email was not sent to the principal. So, of course, students were worried about placements, and although we did not use data on the emails, but we had received many emails dealing with placements. It does seem that students struggle with online placements, as I said before. Yet, Gosh and Kennedy and Nebawa believe that online models should allow for engagement in a productive way. So at the moment, we are using an online tool for placement. So perhaps we need more training, and if there's more training, then the students can use the online tool more productively, as was indicated by Dlamini and Rafiki. So also, we look at TAM, the technology acceptance model. So there's perceived ease of use. So if the students find it difficult, they are going to complain, and they are going to struggle, and they would not take to it. Okay. Our second finding, effective application to online forums. Well, we had mixed responses from students on how effective the communication was. In terms of the module, student 23 said the information regarding this module was clear and easy to understand. There were other students that echoed similar things. And I'm talking about from both the modules, not just one particular module. Some students found that other online communication to be more desirable to them. So rather than the module, they felt they enjoyed 1528 and enjoyed the online videos of the lecturer giving us clear indication or guidelines on what to expect from us. So whatever age groups we had discussion forums and so forth, some students didn't engage with that. However, other students needed more efficient and effective communication via forums, as was indicated below. Student 11 says frequent communication and guidance time coming, and we need every bit of help we can get in this matter. So as you can see this out, everything can't come so clearly. Those students who are more positive and were better with the technology and thinking they were better with it, are more positive. On the others feel they need more assistance to work through it. So how students respond to and work with the theory depends on their self-efficacy and the willingness to understand the system. Okay. So finding 3. Now this was the overall experience with the teaching practice, the student teaching practice model. So student 5 says it is mostly helpful to study at our own institution because I get more knowledge by doing my own work. it builds
It
my
builds my
self-confidence as a
self-confidence as
teacher.
a
Can you
teacher.
see
Can
the
you see the
self-directed
self-directed
learning
learning
coming
coming
through?
through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
And then
students get to
students get to
say,
say,
this course
this course
provided me
provided
with
me with
theoretical
theoretical
and
and
practical
practical
knowledge
knowledge
and
and
skills
skills
required to become an
required to become an
effective
effective
and a
and a
successful
successful
teacher.
teacher.
The
The
module
module
provided me with
provided
an
me with an
opportunity to make
opportunity to
reflection and
self-reflection
self-reflection and to
and to
develop
develop
strategies
strategies
for
for
ongoing
ongoing
professional
professional
development.
development.
You
So
can
you
see
can
that the
see that the
student has
student
been
has
great
been great
working with
working with
whatever we have
whatever we have
provided
provided
online,
online,
whatever we've given them
given
to
them to
assist them
assist them
further
further
and work
and
with
work
the
with the
module.
module.
And
And
most
most
students were
students were
actually
actually
really
really
positive with the
positive with the
overall
overall
experience.
experience.
But
But
so
so
viewing each
viewing each
responsibility
responsibility
and
and
theoretical
theoretical
lens, we
aims, we
believe that the
believe that
above
the above
responses
responses
reflect the
reflect the
participants'
participants'
important
important
self-reflective
self-reflective
beliefs
beliefs
and
and
confidence by
confidence
the end
by
of
the
the
end of
teaching
the teaching
practice
process,
experiences
experiences
with the
with the
underlying
underlying
teaching
teaching
practice
practice
modules.
modules.
And this
And
is
this is
confirmed by
confirmed by
several lines who
Cyberline,
said
who
that the
said that the
overall
overall
experiences
experiences
of
of
South African
South
adults
African using the
using
LMS
the Moodle
Moodle for
online
online
learning
learning
was
was
positive.
positive. Right?
And then to
And then to
conclude,
conclude,
so in
so in
response to
response
our
to our
research
research
question, what are
question, what are
students'
students'
experiences of
experiences of
working
working
with teaching
with teaching
practice
practice
models in an
models in an
ODL
ODL
environment? We
environment?
found
We
that
found that
students
students
do
do
enjoy
enjoy
learning
learning
online with their
online with
teaching
their teaching
practice
practice
models.
models.
However,
However,
the
the
experience of
experience
using
of
the
using the
placement tool was
placement tool was
limited, but
limited, but
remember the
remember the
placement tool is
placement tool
also
is
very
also
new,
very new,
and
and
I
I
suppose
suppose
that
that
it will be
it will be
improved, so
improved,
will
so
the
will the
experience be
experience be
improved. So
improved.
therefore,
So
we
therefore, we
recommend for this
recommend for this
study
study
that more
that more
user-friendly
user-friendly
tools for
tools for
placement be
placement be
developed, and
developed, and
regular
regular
communication using a
communication using a
variety of
variety of
online
other
methods is required.
requirements.
Our
Our
future
future
research
research
endeavors will
endeavors
explore
will
the
explore the
effectiveness of
effectiveness of
performance of
performance of
students
students
using the
using
online
online
tools.
tools.
We
We
conclude that
conclude that
online
online
products
products
are
are
effective in
effective
teaching
in
practice.
practice.
They are
They are
assistive and
assistive and
used
used
effectively
effectively
by
by
students.
students.
Thank you
Thank
very,
you
very
very, very
much.
much. Thank you very much, Dr. Miran.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You're on time. Right. Let's now check on the floor if we do have any questions for you. Colleagues, any questions?
Hello.
Any clarity that you want? Yes, can you? All right, I'm just checking on the questions on the floor, Dr. Miriam.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Colleagues, any question that you have, any comment that you'd like to put across? Okay, Dr. Miriam, it seems to me everybody here had you exactly what you wanted to say. They are really happy about your presentation and they understood you very well. So thank you very much, and then we really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are going to the next speaker. Right, and then we said our number 4 is going to be Ms. Mapomono. Ms. Mapomono, are you ready to do the presentation for us?
Yes, I am ready. I'm not sure if you can hear me from your side.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. You're just going to allow you, give you space to talk to us and share the information with us. Looking forward, and then, yeah, the platform is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
so
Madam
much, Madam
Speaker.
Speaker.
Greetings,
Greetings,
colleagues.
colleagues.
My
My
name is
name is
Tariswe
Tariswe
Mapomulo.
Mapomulo.
I will
I will
present
present
the
the
paper on the
paper on
study
the
that we
study
have
that we have
conducted with
conducted
my
with my
colleague,
colleague,
Tuzo
Tuzo
Tabarshe. So both of us are from
from
MISA.
MISA.
Our
Our
interest
interest
for
for
such a
such a
paper
paper
emanated
emanated
because
because
we
we
are
are
the
the
TP
TP
coordinators
coordinators
of the
of the
modules and
modules
the
and
university.
university.
So as you
So
can
as you can
see,
see,
the
the
topic
topic
for
for
our
our
study
study
was
was
mentor
mental
teachers
teachers
perception
perception
towards
towards
skills
skills set as
researchers
teachers
preparedness to teach
preparedness to teach
mathematics
mathematics
in
in
selected
selected
primary
primary
schools in
schools in
KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal.
The outline of my presentation will be on the subsections, which are the background and the context, the research questions, the literature review, the directorial program of the study, the research methodology that was used, the findings, the discussions on them, and lastly, we have the conclusion and the recommendations. Looking at the background of the study, we have the highlights and context which was done to obtain the perceptions of mathematics pre-service teachers on the preparedness of the pre-service teachers to teach quality mathematics in primary school. So there were some authors which were Ndebele, who viewed mentoring during teaching practice as an integral to pre-service teachers learning, and it's because it creates some room for previous teachers to be groomed and be served in an authentic way, whereby it is a school setting. So we know that previous teachers need to be guided when they are at school, and those mentors need to groom them so that they can be able to deliver quality mathematics. So teaching practice is seen as a conducive environment whereby the pre-service teachers they can showcase their content knowledge and as well as their pedagogical knowledge. And if there is any technical knowledge that is according to UDITA and STEM, so that is what is pointed out. That is the need for the pre-service teachers. So TP, which is the teaching practice officer, teaching practice is part of working integrated learning that exposes the pre-service teachers to the real context of the school. So pre-service teachers they gain knowledge and their real experiences at the school. So those really sayings of those Shanga into 2002. Moving forward, the research questions that we shared to explore the perspective of the teachers was as follows. How do mentor teachers perceive mathematics pre-service teachers' content knowledge? Another one was how do they perceive mathematics pre-service teachers' pedagogical knowledge? So the concern was on both the content and also the pedagogical knowledge. And also we wanted to know what role do the mentor teachers support the mathematics pre-service teachers to develop their professional. On the slide, I have the literature review. That was consulted checking what is there about the topic. So mentor teachers' role to pre-service teachers is to model their professional behavior so that they can copy and emulate what they can do, not only doing but beyond their teaching practice. So that is the view of docenters in 2021. Another one that we have researched was the creative aspect which they exhibit professionally to pre-service teachers, and then they identify the strengths and the weaknesses in order to improve the areas of their weaknesses. Furthermore, the literature have some information on mathematics. The pre-service teachers, it is necessary for mentor teachers to also provide their emotional support for them so that it can be conducive for them learn. That was reversed 2022 view. The content knowledge also First, whereby it refers to the contents, the ideas, and the theories of a particular subject that have been mastered by a particular teacher. So Schumann shared that is why mathematics teachers need to possess knowledge when they have to pass it on to pre-service teachers. The mentor teacher's role is to guide, as I have said earlier on, and model the best practices on how the content should be understood. For example, knowing how to add fractions mathematically and also in the classroom. So how is it that they know those are the concepts of mathematics? And another thing that is important was for mentor teachers was to provide the comprehensive development on the understanding the content knowledge of maths by targeting available resources and strategies that they can use to deliver their lesson content. The theoretical framework that we used in our study was the SLT, known as the Situated Learning Theory. This theory was adopted because we felt that it provided a solid theoretical lens for examining mathematics interaction with pre-service teachers. The proponents of this is Jean Levin and Martin Wenger. So they acknowledge that learning takes place through active participation in real-world activities. They further indicated that learning is most successful when it takes place in the context in which it happens. It claims that institutional tasks should always be grounded authentically in the real-world setting for efficiency in the classroom. So that was Lavelle and Wenger of 1991. So within this theory as well, there was the community practice, which is critical in the formation of mathematics teachers while developing them. So the theory proposed the value of social connection in that community and expect so those aspects can take place in the context of the school. Did I leave? Oh, yes, I have the digital view on this one, which I've missed. Let me go back on it. We have problem solving and the critical skills as well for maths, which are important. That was shared by Khalid, Said, Abid, and Ibrahim in 2022. Article. So a safe and relaxed, flexible environment should be created by the mentors so that these teachers could be guided for the educational practices and be encouraged to gain profound understanding of the content. So the pedagogical knowledge is so important when it is gained over time during the period of learning. And then there's teachers their skills in practice that was shared by Kgorong and Amanda of 2020. So the mathematical of 2019, I want to say. So mathematical, the concepts are to be demonstrated concretely, and the relevant concepts should occur in everyday life situation of these situations in school. As we are now in the digital age, technology must also be integrated to increase and boost teaching and learning. For inclusivity as well, so the classroom environment should be differentiated, and then the teaching strategies as well should adapt learning content to support diverse learning needs and the styles, abilities of the learners in the classroom. So that was the view of Thompson in 2021. So moving forward to the research methodology that we did, this was a quantitative study which underpinned the phenomenological as a research design of our study. Mathematics teachers who had more than 5 years of experience in teaching mathematics in the primary school were interviewed, and these method teachers were the participants, and also they have mentored the pre-service teachers. Snowballing method was used to get to the participants, and it helped us because we had a range of participants. So we collected our data using service letters management that was designed and created through Google Forms, and then we dispatched to those participants, those method teachers, through WhatsApp. The Google form was sent to the participants, and they were only given a week to respond to that questionnaire. After receiving the responses, all the 12 participants that were involved in the research, we engaged and analyzed the mathematical data. Findings of the study. We find that mentor teachers believe that the pre-service teachers, they so much lack content knowledge. And this lack of content knowledge was a concern to the pre-service teachers because they need to have those content knowledge so that they'll be able to teach the basic mathematical maths in the primary school. Lack of confidence as well was also identified, which probably was because of mentor teachers or pre-service teachers lacking content knowledge, which was a disturbance in the delivery of their lessons during the teaching practice period. So another thing that the study found was that the pre-service teachers, they lack so much of pedagogical knowledge, and as well as the mentioned earlier on, to perform their duties well. So the pre-service teachers, what they only do, they only prioritize arriving at the correct answer when they teaching main steps without explaining how to reach the answer to the learners. It also transpired that the mentor teachers, they organize one-on-one support, one-on-one meetings to support the pre-service teachers, and that was enabling them to be coached on how mathematics is taught to the learners so that they can understand easily the concepts. Another thing that the mentor teachers did to support that they allowed them to be they modeled their lessons so that the pre-service teachers can observe while they were teaching in mathematics. From this, the pre-service teachers adopted teaching styles. This was a positive one because after observing the mathematics teachers, there was improvement of the content as well as the pedagogical presentation of the lesson. The study also revealed that the mentor teachers, the pre-service teachers were given enough resources so that they can be able to prepare and also enrich their mathematics content knowledge so that they can adequately present their lessons to the learners in the classrooms. We concluded and recommended the following by saying the study concludes that the mentor teachers have reservations about the preparedness of pre-service teachers to teach mathematics in the primary school. And then they expressed their unhappiness about the level of the content and the pedagogical knowledge of the pre-service teachers that they have mentored. Therefore, it is recommended that there is a need for more strengthening of courses, mathematics courses, so that they can be able to equip and be adequately possessing the content knowledge of mathematics, so that they can be able to teach quality mathematics with confidence in the primary school. This qualitative study was to understand how teachers view pre-service teachers' preparedness to teach mathematics in primary school, which will further another study mathematics in primary schools. I thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, Madam Chair. I also thank to the audience for listening to my presentation up to this last minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mapumulo and Mr. Tabashu. Thank you very much for the presentation. Your paper really said a lot. And then now it's my time to check with all attendees if there is any questions that they would like to share with us, that maybe they need clarity from your side, or any comments that attendees have. Colleagues, I know it's afternoon, you all, and it's Friday, and then we all just want to see ourselves going home. But with the information given on the table, what are your comments? Do you have any comments on this? Or do you have any question on what has been presented here? Going once. Ms. Mapumulo and Mr. Tabashi, I would like to thank you for your presentation. And then let me allow you to take off the stage, and then we get the next presenter. Thank you so much. Right, colleagues, we are having the last speaker online, that is Ms. Pala. Ms. Pala, the platform is yours, and then you can put up your presentation and fire.
Yes, I have already. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. As I'm trying to see whether you can see my screen. On share. Yeah, I think I did. Can you see it?
Yes,
Madam Chair?
Not yet.
Oh. Yes.
Yes, we do.
All right.
Thank you. I think I'm going to have
an
echo,
like Dr. Musibi. But anyway, let me just go ahead. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Mufilwa, and I am going to present to you a topic that was a burning issue for both Dr. Kgorong from the Department of Information Science and myself, as we have kickstarted the project of integrating what we call information literacy in the curriculum in 2015, but unfortunately the project did not get enough support from the library. Later on in 2018, there was a library review that actually recommended that UNISA library should have an information literacy program. In 2023, which I'm just giving you background to set the stage for my research problem.
In 2023, I attended an Odell conference where Dr. Chetty actually presented about digital literacy, and also later on with his team, Dr. Chetty also launched the digital information gamification digital literacy. Having said that, this basically was we saw a need and an opportunity that we should come to also join the discourse relating to integrating information literacy in work integrated learning, and also just to highlight to the campus-wide the need for such a program and why it is important. Going forward to the next slide, I'm going to touch. I might not talk. I'm not going to read the outline verbatim, but I'm just going to show you some of the important things that I thought. Having said, giving you the background, you can see here that there is indeed a need for integrating information literacy in the curriculum, and that is caused by the changing professional environment, or one can just say, the modern work, today's workplaces. We also saw that there's also a lot of studies that indicated that actually the marketing, the recruiters are also hiring using different ways at looking at universities, and which universities are actually attracting the recruiters, and for that reason they will then go and visit the exhibitions and the talks, and also market avail their job openings on those universities' websites. Again, we also heard a lot, and particularly Fatima, who touched on, I think Ms. Makula also talked about soft skills, but in this regard, we identified employability skills as transfer skills as the following, and you see I'm going to tie these together as I go forth, and afterwards, we also realized that Scornal, which in 2015 indicated that there is a correlation between information literacy and employability, which has been correlated by various reports in the UK, and similarly, SA also supported the notion. As we have indicated, information literacy, integrating these two will also assist our students to acquire better literacy skills. And you see, I'm using these terms interchangeably, but I'm doing it intentionally because I'm going to give you an indication of why they changed in time. I started with information literacy, and now I'm saying meta literacy, but in actual fact, it's a broader name for information literacy. And then we also try to adapt to indicate that there is a need for adapting education to contemporary environment, and also to information landscape, the contemporary information landscape. And we also want to indicate that there is a need to inform educational policies and practices, and to promote employability and professional development.
like I said, the employability, and for our students, you have degree. There is a huge difference in that regard, and that's why I had in 2017 posed $1 million question and said, what happens after graduation? And without looking further into the employability, as I've indicated, there is an umbrella term that we always used as information literacy, but it has a connotation. Its connotation is old and stuck into the library the library functionality of accessing the physical books and the databases. But in this case, we're looking at information literacy with regards to, for example, in this particular presentation, work-related information. What do we need there? And if you start in the old one, that was then we go to the importance and the criticalness of this phenomenon. In the new one, Zona enrollment, however, said an illiterate person should be aware of why, how, and by whom the information is created, communicated, and controlled, and how it contributes to the creation of knowledge. Thus, you can see the difference. The first one was more technical and procedural, whereas the other one is more focusing into critical thinking, ethical consideration, and societal engagement. Going further, we also, I just want to quickly just to indicate that this term was coined by Zugowski in 1974, and then in 2011, McKay and Jacobson argued that information literacy should be defined and as a meta literacy, which is why you see that I'm using meta literacy quite often, that encompasses elements of digital information literacy, media information literacy, and data literacy and the like. And we will see that with the evolution of technology, all of these things will come in, but with the new frameworks, we will be able, and the definition, we will be able to integrate all the new things, concepts that comes in. And Ade Poti, of course, supported McKay and Jacobson, and in 2015 to 2020, different the Department of Higher Education and Training and other organizations like UNESCO use the concept WiL, which is media information literacy, and in Africa, the wing of UNESCO used the AfriMIL, and the digital media literacy was also the concept that is heavily used from these organizations. Again, just an overview, you can see that many theories, many theoretical models and standards have been developed worldwide in the library and information science field, but most of them have been developed from the higher education in the developed country. Higher education in the developed countries, not necessarily looking at the workplace or just or political aspect of things, and we can also see that with little emphasis on the developing countries, and we can see here now that actually we have now a lot of frameworks that were developed, but there are three that actually focus on work integrated learning, which is in 1997, Bruce developed or proposed a 7 phases of information literacy model that also encompassed work
workplace learning. And we can also see the traditional research on information literacy has primarily been conducted within academic library setting, thereby distancing itself from the historical workplace context, with the exception, as I said, of the seven phases of literacy. And Scotland also said, you know what, we have to also look into the workplace, because the wonderful job that we have done with information literacy in schools and in our higher education is not touching, in the real core of our everyday lives. Then later on, 2023 came up with a way of saying, okay, let's combine critical workplace information literacy. Let's combine critical information literacy and workplace information literacy to come up with a framework that is titled critical workplace information literacy. Then we know now that actually there is frameworks that we can use to integrate however we call it, whether digital information literacy, meta literacy, information literacy, and with work integrated learning, because it is indeed needed. As I've said, I just wanted to give you a background to show you that actually the research question was mainly concerned with the agent need for strategies to seamlessly integrate workplace information literacy into work integrated learning programs at the University of South Africa. And to justify this research program, a report by African Check revealed that South Africa currently lacks a comprehensive national media literacy program, resulting in a fragmented and dispersed media literacy content scattered across various subjects. This situation highlights the agent need for government support in developing a cohesive national media literacy strategy. The three questions that we wanted to answer and from the literature was that what are the strategies that can be used, that can be employed to integrate workplace information literacy effectively into work integrated programs. The second one, we also wanted to see what are the benefits and the barriers that we encounter when integrating a workplace information literacy within WiL programs. And lastly, we also wanted to see if there is a relationship between workplace information literacy and employability. You'll notice that because we are setting the scene, we didn't necessarily go into depth and run a study, but we researched literature just to see what is out there, particularly where information literacy is concerned. We started with the digital information literacy, which is why our started with digital information literacy. But as we go forward, we realized that there is actually a lot of work that has laid the foundation for workplace information literacy. And then we thought maybe we should just now focus on the work on the keywords that goes with integration and workplace information literacy. We didn't find much, but enough to actually continue to say it is important and critical that
we look into the integration of information literacy, meta literacy, digital literacy, or whatever name that you suit, you know, the institution to integrate it with work integrated learning, or maybe the curriculum at large. This slide basically indicate that South African higher education institution has made substantial investment in the implementation of information literacy programs. This slide, as I said, it just indicates to you the same. What was actually interesting for me is the one that says 38 of the South African universities offer training programs to enhance faculty members' digital and information literacy skills. And this is actually what we also heard from other presenters, that actually for us to also advocate this, we need to also be empowered as academics, as practitioners in our higher education or universities to be able to be and be confident to say we can actually incorporate, because we ourselves know to use we have those skills. And 63% of the programs that incorporating information literacy as a core competency have been also indicated in South Africa. I'm rushing because I want to see if we can spend a bit of time on the findings. From the findings for this literature review, it is portrayed an depressing state of work information literacy research in South Africa, which is understandable because really even internationally, our counterparts are still grappling with the information workplace information literacy. And second, for a successful integration of workplace information literacy with work-integrated learning, there is a need for a campus-wide strategy and policy development. Molopiani and WiL also proposed a South African framework for workplace information literacy. Furthermore, the future research should define the workplace information literacy concept and emphasize its importance. South Africa, as I've said before, has laid a very good foundation regarding digital literacy and information literacy. And we also have seen with the likes of your UJ and the University of Western Cape, where they have also developed a digital information literacy assessment tool. And generally, globally, there's also a need that further research be focused on refining these terminologies, particularly where workplace information literacy is concerned. Considering that they are influenced by political and socio-economic conditions when understanding to understand information literacy and its connection to decent work. Then literature highlights various strategies to answer our research question for integrating information literacy with the curriculum by but very few literature focused on integrating workplace information literacy with WiL programs. These include active learning methods, collaboration with industry partner, authentic assessment, and the use of technology tools for information evaluation, and ethical information use. With regards to the benefits, we discovered the literature showed that it enhances academic knowledge and develop transferable or employability skills. It also information evaluation abilities are also one of the benefits that we have identified, and ethical practices, professional identity, and gaining real world experience, lifelong learning, and adapt to ever evolving technologies. The challenges were there, as I have also mentioned. We also, got stuck in some of the challenges as we were beginning to start in 2015, and the ethical consideration of it. Literature affirmed that there is lack of collaboration between stakeholders, and we must be clear to define who the stakeholders are. In literature, students are also the main part of the stakeholders. Lack of infrastructure and digital skills caused by the rapid change and development in digital technologies, like data literacy, media literacy, where you will also find fake news, and eventually if we are not clear in terms of teaching our students how to evaluate these, they will end up making writing reports from fake news standpoint and not necessarily the right data. Digital literacy and digital scholarship. And again, it was also difficult to even get to the bottom of saying what is the title for this presentation because of the complexity of the terminologies that are used in where literacies are concerned, and therefore we need to also make sure that these are very much become part of our research going further, to make sure that the standards and the framework which require adaptation and contextualization suits the needs and expectation of different disciplines, levels, and modes of work integrated learning or the curriculum. In work integrated learning, one would also understand that it depends on the level of the incumbent, whether it's on managerial, whether it's they are working in a team that is hybrid, where you find different people who with different skill sets are working together, or whether they are in an industry of health or education, etc. These are examples of what we could find on work integrated learning with digital information literacy, and we can see that in education, this was basically a South African study where a WiL program that requires pre-service teachers to design and implement digital literacy lessons for school learners using digital tools and platforms that are relevant and appropriate for the subject and grade level. And the nice thing is all of these examples are very much the latest. And then we have the one in health sciences, and one can easily say, yeah, it is accepted because they doing well in terms of work integrated, but there are departments or fields that need to find a way that they can also make strides in work integrated programs. There's also the engineering one, where a program that requires students to solve engineering problems using digital design and simulation tools that are accurate and efficient for engineering project. And these are doable, but it depends on our collaboration within UNISA, whether we can accommodate each other to explore all of these things in different other fields. And it was also, as I said, South Africa has done so much, and I was also, this was not supposed to be covered in this study, but I thought it is also something that I can just showcase as an example of digital information literacy assessment tool in South Africa, and this was developed by the University of Pretoria, and the health one was from the University of Western Cape, and there's also one that is from the University of Johannesburg, as I've indicated earlier. Thank you very much. But before I go, I just want to say, at the beginning, Dr. Langa talked about the fact that there's always a constant revision in the curriculum. And I want to say, please, colleagues, remember to integrate information literacy in any project, in any assignment for your students to be able to acquire these skill sets. And my plea for this setting is that the key takeaway is that meta literacy, or whatever you call it, information literacy and big data are the new valuable asset, surpassing traditional gold, if I have to put it that way. Only by combining work integrated learning with meta literacy can the university effectively equip students to become knowledge creators, critical thinkers, and employable individuals. Thank you very much. I hope I was not too quick to finish, because I know that we're working against time. Thank you, and I hope I was audible enough. I'll leave it to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Yes, we gave you time. We even gave you a bonus time, but we are happy that what you've been sharing with us was very, very much important. And then I think I'm going to give the platform to the attendees if they do have any question or any comment on what you have presented. Colleagues, the platform is yours. Any question? I think you have said a mouthful. All the presenters have all indicated the need of the employability skills, then indicated the soft skills as you have repeated them. You also come up with your digital and information literacy, and all the experiences that they've been presented from all the stakeholders' perspectives. I think what we had with the presenters here is that the information that is needed and the presentation, the implementation of integrated learning, everybody else is looking forward to that, to the benefit of our students, to the benefit of the plans that we are having to succeed, and then even link them with what the mission of the university is. With this, I would like to thank you very much, colleagues. You've been good listeners. And then I think now my turn is the platform. My platform is over because that was our last speaker. And then I think what I can do now is to allow our project leader, Dr. Sisuku, to come through to the podium to give a vote of thanks.